March 3, 2023, last day of ExCom meeting, 18th meeting of the ExCom. We will tackle today agenda item 13, work related to strategic workstream E on enhancing facilitation and cooperation in relation to action and support. But before that slot, we remind members that a summary of the decision points adopted as of March 2 at 2 p.m. Manila time has been shared with all the members electronically. Note that the adopted decision points will be available online for observers on the ExCom 18 webpage. We also remind members that the co-chair's proposal on decision points concerning technical guides and knowledge products under item 8 has also been shared electronically by the Secretariat. If no amendments are received by 11 a.m. Manila time today, March 3, these points will be considered adopted. We now have Co-Chair Frode to discuss additional information for today. Co-Chair, please.
Thank you very much, Jerome, and also a warm welcome back, everyone, to this last day of ExCom 18. Just some few information on on the day ahead of us here. Before turning to item 13, as Jerome was saying, let me already at this time share with you a decision we need to take during the course of the day, namely the date for the next ExCom meeting, ExCom 19. So we will go back to this. Just a reminder that at ExCom 17, we decided tentatively the dates of ExCom 19 to be the week in September, starting 18 September. And that is what co-chairs are going to propose later today, for which reason I wanted to share that information with you already now so that you can consult your calendars as we get into that point later. And later being after the coffee break this morning, where we will address a couple of issues there still remaining on our agenda for today, and we will see how best we can organize our time today, subject to this first item, and also subsequently addressing a couple of other issues that are pending, including a decision point that we have, this decision point that Jerome just shared with you, which is out for consideration with comments by 11. So with that, and no further ado, I would like to invite Shara, if you'd like to take over here and facilitate our session on the work stream on action and support, the last of the 5 work streams that we have not yet covered.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. I'll provide a few updates on both the activities under Workstream E of the 5-year rolling work plan, as well as our plan of action for the ASEG. And then I will open it up for any other updates from our champions, and then also turn to any expert group members that may be in the room or online that would like to provide updates. And then from there, I have a few questions, hopefully to facilitate some discussion among expert group or ExCom members and our observers here today. So the 5-year rolling work plan has 5 activities under this work stream. I think when we read through them, We are making good progress on all of them. The first is to strengthen collaboration with GCF, and as we had them here yesterday, helping us advance that work. The second is initiate collaboration with the Jeff, and again, with that conversation yesterday, we are continuing that work. The third activity here is strengthen collaboration with SCF. And one way we do this is by the ASEG preparing guidance or draft guidance for SCF to consider, and having the full ExCom approve and send along that draft guidance, which we completed last year, and I think we intend again to do this year, and that's usually done in the fall. The fourth item is cooperate with the SBI on organizing the Glasgow Dialogue, which we have also addressed already in this meeting and taken a decision related to. And then the fifth activity is exploring possible areas of collaboration with the PCCB. And again, had a good discussion earlier this meeting about ways we can start doing that, including submitting a submission to the PCCB's request. And so it looks like we are making good progress across those activities, but happy to hear from other champions and expert group members and others about thoughts on those activities. Now turning to our plan of action. We have been, I will say, perhaps less successful in making progress here, but we have made some progress. The first activity relates to drafting the draft guidance that I mentioned before, which I said, as I mentioned, we did complete last year and have plans again to complete this year. Our second activity under the plan of action is related to collaboration with the GCF, and particularly in mapping GCF projects to the 5 work streams of the ExCom. And one of our decision points related to technical guides is to try and produce a product from that activity this spring. We have made some progress there, where the Secretariat has kindly looked at the GCF projects they report in their annual reports to the COP and CMA, and mapped those to the 5 work streams of the ExCom. And so hopefully we can take that work forward and conclude, at least not, if not that activity, at least have a product aligned with that activity that's complete. And hopefully we can follow up with GCF on how they can collaborate with us in advancing that work. There's also an activity related to essentially producing a landscaping of available sources of support for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. We made a good effort to try and advance this work last spring in advance of the first Glasgow dialogue, and we had several members submit inputs. But those inputs were primarily work they had done independently in their institutional capacities, and it was rather difficult on the timeline we had to pull those very diverse products together into one single product. And so there was some discussion last summer around thinking through what exactly the vision for this activity would be and how to take it forward. And then COP happened, and so we need to repick up that conversation and think if this work is still worth pursuing, particularly given the decisions out of COP27 and the mandate to the Secretariat to bear their own landscaping of sources of support. There's an activity within our plan of action also to collaborate with thematic expert groups of the ExCom. And I know there has been interest from some different expert groups, particularly the TFD, in beginning that work. And so hopefully we can also have a conversation around the best way of doing that and how to prioritize that collaboration. We also have activities broadly around collaboration with relevant bodies and organizations outside the convention. And then a few other activities around hosting events. And then the final product, which is in our plan of action, is the identification of enabling conditions for the effective implementation of risk transfer facilities and social protection schemes, which to date we have not prioritized, but given some of the shifting conversations and the importance of some of these mechanisms to rapid disbursement of funds following disasters, it may be worth considering whether this would be a priority to elevate this year. So that is a very, hopefully, thorough overview of where our activities stand. Before opening it up, I will just say a few other things. Given that ASEG was formed during the pandemic and it has been difficult to maintain engagement with our expert group members, we have conducted some outreach in the last few weeks to confirm that all ASEG members are still willing and interested in being members and supporting the work of the ASEG. So we're still waiting to hear back from a few members, but have had really positive responses thus far, with most reaching out and confirming their desire to continue in their capacity as ASEG members. And also, I forgot to mention up front that we're very pleased to be including a new member on the ASEG, replacing Leanne. Camilla will be joining Hafij, Gemma, and I as the champions for the ASEG. So I've been speaking far too long. I'll pause here and ask if Hafij, Camilla, and Gemma have any updates to add to my overview. All right, they have indicated that no additional comments are needed from them. So I will now open up to see if we have any members of the ASEG online or in the room with us that would like to intervene and share any relevant updates. I see Kevin from SCF. Thank you, Kevin, for that very thorough update of SCF activities. I know I personally have a few questions, but I will open the floor if there's questions from others in response to Kevin's presentation. All right, seeing no questions, I will just ask Kevin if you're able to provide any further details on the timeline for providing input on the draft guidance for the GCF and Jeff. It sounded like next week you will be electing the person to run that process, but if you could provide further timelines, I know that would be quite helpful for us. And also, if you have any suggestions on how we may stay up to date on these open calls for technical inputs. Great, Kevin. Thank you for those helpful responses. I'll pause again to see if there's any questions either for Kevin or also other experts on the line or in the room that may want to add updates or views at this point. All right, I do have several questions that I hope to share with the broader ExCom to hopefully seek some input from them on this work stream and also on ASAG activities. But before doing that, I'll also open up the floor for observers to see if they have any questions related to the update I've provided or to the intervention from Kevin. I see Funi from South Africa.
Thank you so much, and good morning. And again, today, I will also be taking the floor on behalf of AC. On the utmost, let me thank the ExCom for including the AC in the task force for this displacement. We have had positive feedback in this meeting, as well as from our AC member who is participating in that task force, who is also the co-chair of AC. Adaptation committee is also happy to contribute to other expert group if deemed helpful by the ExCom. For example, on the ASEC, we think that there might be plans that we can work with the relevant bodies to enhance support for activities related to averting and minimizing and addressing loss and damage. For us, we see that the AC and ExCom could work closely with the planned theme for the adaptation committee's next dialogue with other constituent body, which will be held at SB 58 in June 2023. The theme for that dialogue will be on capacity building in assessing adaptation funding. And then lastly, we are going to be having our meeting next week in Bonn, and we look forward to having Ferrod at the meeting during the conversations around coherence and collaboration, which will take place on Wednesday, the 8th of March. He provide continuity in collaboration, which is great, and regular participate in our AC meeting, has also contributed in the last dialogue that took place last year in June 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Funi, and thank you for that very kind offer also to contribute to the work of ASEG, or the AC's offer to contribute to the work of ASEG. I think there are actually quite a few opportunities for good synergies, so I think it would be helpful for us as champions to discuss that and come back to you to follow up on that offer. And thank you also for alerting us of the theme and opportunity to collaborate in the next upcoming dialogue. Any other interventions at this point or requests for the floor? Kaisa.
Wanted in this setting to flag that we are very keen to have that meeting with you, and hopefully that's something that we could set up in the very near future, as we have set the same deadline as for our other technical guides to our experts on this, which is to have an outline already in May. So looking forward to having such a meeting, and hope that also on the ASEG end you're happy to meet on that issue. Thank you.
Thank Kaisa for providing more details there. I cannot speak, I think, for the full ASEG champions, but I personally think that's quite a good idea. And so would happy to follow up and try to facilitate that kind of conversation and see how we can further collaborate together on that already planned technical guide and making sure ASEG is able to provide inputs. And indeed, that was one of the questions that I was hoping to raise for the broader ExCom. But I also wanted to ask the ExCom, now having heard this update and also having the plan of action in front of you, for your reflections on ways we should be prioritizing some of these activities. If, for example, it should be a priority to advance some of the work related to social protection, et cetera. And then also, ASEG, as I mentioned, was formed during the pandemic, and we are still working on our first plan of action. But it's also been some time since that first plan of action was prepared, and the landscape of loss and damage activities has changed quite a bit. And so I also wanted to seek input from the broader ExCom on whether it would be wise for us to consider updating this plan of action this year. And thoughts related to that process. So 2 questions for you: priority of activities perhaps already in our plan of action, and thoughts about whether the plan of action should be updated. I see Maud, and then Angela, and then Frida.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Sorry, I'm not sure if I missed it, but how many years have you had this plan of action for? You said during the pandemic, but I don't know if it's, for example, for the TFD, like it's every 2 years. So I don't know if starting now you're going to try to do it, to renew it every 2 years, if that's something that is planned. And I think we also mentioned at some point that it could be useful to coordinate a bit more, like when we update the plans of action. So I don't know if, let's say this, I don't know, when the POA of the TFD and the CRM are up, then we review all of them together. I don't know if it's worth aligning, if that would be easier for the process. So maybe that's just one consideration. In terms of activities to prioritize, well, of course, activities that could provide input to the work of the transitional committee would be really helpful. Like the mapping, for example, I don't know if there's a way to collaborate with the UNFCCC Secretariat to maybe advance that work. I know they're looking for providing themselves input to the meeting of the transitional committee, so maybe there's a way of partnering with them to advance that activity.
Thank you, Maud. I will turn to Angela, and then after that, Frida.
Thank you very much, Cielka, and thank you to the champions and the expert members for the report and the work done. Just to clarify, Cielka, can you repeat when was adopted this plan? It was adopted in the COP, or?
That was also Maud's question. It was
okay,
adopted.
Sorry.
It was adopted in 2021, I believe.
So in that sense, I think, as was mentioned by Maud, I think it's important to update, every 2 years, but it also depends in terms of the, the implementation of the plan. But I would like to hear from you, Sierra, and in terms of the discussions that you had between the 8 champions and the experts, if you see that there is a need to update. Because I understand, of course, that the pandemic was another difficulty, like in the NAILS expert group. So, if it was too difficult to advance the implementation of the actions, perhaps there is no need to update this year and could be next year. Just a general comment. And in terms of the activities, I was thinking, and I didn't, listen everything that Maud said. So apologies because I was thinking on my intervention, but just to say in activity B, I don't know, which is 2B, I think so, collection, compilation, and dissemination of information on navigable sources of support. I think that this activity or the output of product on collecting and mapping of available sources of support must be prioritized. Just thinking in terms of the negotiations of the new fund and the transitional committee, and we have here the mapping of sources of support that are outside and inside of, the convention. I think could be really useful to have this information in order to provide input to that negotiation. So if I have to choose one, which is, quite difficult to choose because I would like to implement the whole POA, but I think that those activities that support the process in terms of the transitional committee and the discussion of the new fund could help us to provide inputs for that kind of negotiation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela, and lots of overlap with Maud's comments, which I think is actually helpful. So no apologies needed for any replication. So I do have some responses, and I think also I will alert the Secretariat. I'll also turn to them to respond to Maud's question about the possibility of the work of the ASEG contributing to or aligning with the landscaping exercise that was mandated at Sharm el-Sheikh. So I'll turn to Frida, and then I see Hafij. So Frida.
Thank you very much, and I want to echo what Angela and Maud has said on activity 2B. I think it is extremely important to advance this activity and have especially input on the mechanisms or financial arrangements that are outside of UNFCCC. I also think your input or your initial thought on social protection question, I think it is extremely important to advance also the work on this, since this has been raised as an important issue by developing parties and also will come into place when we talk about financial arrangements outside of UNFCCC. And then I also was looking for one activity on technical guides for accessing funding. I can't find it now, I'm very sorry. But I think this is also extremely important when we talk about the mechanisms that are available inside of UNFCCC. What are the difficulties of accessing all these funds? We have talked about it in the first Glasgow dialogue, but I think it has not been analyzed in detail enough to see how possible new funding arrangements should be set up to have an easier access. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida, for those thoughts. I now will turn to Hafij, and then I will respond to some of these comments and questions.
Thank you, Sarah. And good morning, colleagues. I do agree with Maud, Angela, and Frida, what they said. What I would like to highlight is that the decision related to Santiago Network and the decision related to fund and funding arrangement and also Glasgow dialogue that gave us a new momentum. So it's very important now to update this work plan. I think it is already 2 years. And also I do see limited members in the expert group who are only to some extent finance related experts, but this is the support group, expert group on action and support. So we need to think new expertise who can really provide some expertise to take action at the local level. Also, of course, finance expertise is needed.
Thank you, Hafij, for those comments. Before turning it to Kaisa, I did just want to quickly respond to some comments that have been shared already. Related to the landscaping exercise, some of our work last summer was trying to think more about the target audience. And one of the discussions we had as champions was that this activity really should target those seeking support. So thinking about a more accessible, user-friendly mode or friendly product that had relevant information around what are the sources of support or funding, and having that in a more easily accessible format than some of the existing reports that do look at the landscape of finance available. And so having it be not a report, so to speak, but something slightly different. That was our thinking last summer. So if you guys have reflections on that, that would be helpful, because it is a little different than thinking about a product or a report that would, for example, feed into the transitional committee that we were considering last year. It was a little bit more targeted towards those that may be seeking to access those sources of support now. Moving on from that, but I do hear the high priority on that activity, and I think as champions we can definitely take that back and revisit the conversations we previously had and re-engage experts on that activity. I think also to Frida's point about access within the UNFCCC, I think that is related to activity A2, which is also about the mapping of funding from the GCF to the work streams, or projects from the GCF to the work streams. And here we had been primarily thinking about limiting our current work to the projects that the GCF has already identified as indicative examples of their support. And so it would not be a full picture of their support, as we heard from the GCF itself yesterday. It has not done a comprehensive assessment of all of its projects, and those which are related to loss and damage. It has focused on indicative examples. And given some of the challenges within our group in defining what would be included and what would not be included, we also felt that sticking with indicative examples was the best way forward, rather than getting mired in a relatively larger, I would say, issue around what may or may not count as a loss and damage relevant activity. I also appreciate Hafij's point about new momentum, and indeed I hear that in all the comments this morning. So hopefully we can bring that to our expert group. I do just wanted to note that as you mentioned, we are going through this process of determining the members, but I know also when we formed the ASEG, it took over a year, partially because it took very long to identify appropriate members and to confirm their availability and participation. So while Hafij is left, I recognize your point. I'm also cautious that to maintain momentum and actually make best use of the time we have this spring to contribute to this process, it may be a delay to try and add members this spring. With those comments, I will now turn to Kaisa, and happy to hear from others any reactions to those points I raised.
Thank you very much for letting me take the floor again. And I just want to echo what several colleagues have already said, that I think activity B in the plan of action is quite important and something that I've been looking forward to seeing the result of for quite some time now. But I do think it's very important to keep in mind the new mandate to the UNFCCC Secretariat that is quite similar to this activity. And I think it's important that when ASEG is undertaking this activity, that you make sure that either you do a joint product with the Secretariat, or that you give the Secretariat whatever information you have at this point as an input to their product. Or if you proceed with two different products, to make sure that they complement each other and don't duplicate each other, or build off each other, at least in some way. So I think it would be unfortunate if we did go about and create two separate products that are quite similar on this topic. So please encourage you to to draw on synergies with the Secretariat and try to find ways to collaborate on that. And then on the membership, having been a part of setting up 3 of our expert groups, the NELS, the SOE, and the ASEG, not as a champion in all of them, but as part of the ExCom discussions on them. I know the assigning members took a lot of time and a lot of discussion in the ExCom. So I think it's indeed something that we should, unless very necessary, I think it's something we should consider twice before launching such a process again. But also noting that in the terms of reference of the different expert groups, there are possibilities to update the membership. And I do think it's after 2 years, the membership can be renewed. So a point of caution on starting to brainstorm new members if there are not very concrete ideas on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaisa. Before I turn to Frida, I alerted the Secretariat a few minutes ago that I'd turn to them to respond to some of those questions about their mandate and the possibility of collaboration or input from the ASEG. So I'll turn it to them if they have any reflections or views at this point.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for the question mode. It's not here at the moment. So the activity mandated under the ASEC has been going on since 2021, and this new mandate requests for the Secretariat to prepare a landscape paper it comes from the SHARM decision. When parties requested the Secretariat, it was not mandated to be a joint product or to work together with the ASEC. As such, Secretariats are treating these 2 products separately. Having said that, in supporting or in preparing these products, we will of course look into all the available information. So in that case, in that sense, if ASEC can't make this information available in time, we will of course take that into account and vice versa. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you, Miwa. And I would also welcome reflections from members on also, I guess, perhaps my suggestion about ways that this may be complementary in terms of having the ASEG activity focus on a slightly different audience rather than focusing on negotiators, focusing on potential, on people seeking support. So I will turn it now to Frida.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the input from Kaisa, and I want to echo her worrying about duplication of the process to analyze the landscape that is outside of UNFCCC. And therefore, I was also wondering if we could have some feedback from the Secretariat in terms of the scope of the synthesis report that they will develop to inform the TC. How broad it will be, if there could be maybe some synergy between the work of the ASEC and the report that the Secretariat will prepare. And also I would like to remind that we talk about a landscape for a solution where we have not analyzed in the depth the gaps and the needs that we have in the developing countries. So I also wonder if there could be a synergy between the work of the ASEC and the work to be undertaken from the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida, for those questions. Before turning it to the Secretariat to ask that very specific question about their mandated product, I will pause and see if there's any other responses or thoughts from ExCom members. All right, I see Frode.
Just a very quick comment, basically to echo what has just been raised and the questions that have been raised regarding this product, as Frida just said, and any input that the Secretariat can provide in enlightening us of the way forward, how this product can somehow be seen in the context of the synthesis report that is due within, I believe, coming weeks.
All right, well, with that, I will turn it to you, Miwa, if you have any further insights on the product.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Frode and Frida, for those questions. I will relay the request from the ExCom in the some insights or information regarding the scope of the landscaping paper to the team that's supporting or that's preparing the paper and get back to you at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Miwa. Seeing no other flags from ExCom members, I'll take this opportunity now to open it up to our observers in the room and online for any questions or comments they may have. I see Mohammed from UAE, followed by Animesh from UNDRR.
Hello, everyone. Regarding the audience, I agree with you, Sierra. I think it's important to identify the audience who are benefited, who will benefit from any support available. I think as incoming presidency, one of the important groups that it seems to get less support because of they are in a highly contested areas. I think they should be prioritized, and how can, like the fragile committee, I think we should keep it in mind when we try to identify the groups that need support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Animesh?
Thanks, Sierra. Just in context of the mapping and analysis of the support available within and outside the convention on the Paris Agreement. I remember last year in September, there was a call for submissions from the Santiago Network support available for technical assistance. 14 organizations had submitted. The report was a synthesis report was developed and submitted for the COP. I think that is a very good source of information concerning this specific action. I also understand that following the decision on the loss and damage fund, some of the organizations are doing some mapping of existing funding arrangements which might be relevant for this fund. Some of these publications will come out very soon, so perhaps some form of call for submission or something can be arranged for organizations to inform what is being done in terms of this work so that mapping can be further facilitated. Just suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you for those suggestions, Animesh. And also, yes, I think even last year there was a flurry of products also outside of the ExCom and our expert group members, and even some from our expert group members mapping the existing support for loss and damage. OECD, for example, comes to mind, as does the WRI work on that same topic, both of which are members of this activity and, in fact, are leaders on this activity. I will now turn to the Philippines.
Colleagues, members of the ExCom, the Philippines thanks the Expert Group on Action and Support through co-chairs for its hard work on the formulation and implementation of its rolling plan on action and support. The Philippines welcomes the progress in the work on enhancing facilitation and cooperation on action and support to developing country parties of the Convention and its Paris Agreement. In operation since 2021, the work is expected to have results way ahead of other work streams as appropriate in view of the intensifying climate events and the increasing requirement of developing nations for needs-based finance, technology, and fit-for-purpose capacity to deal with the climate change and its impacts. Considering the latest developments and acknowledging the need to ensure coherence and alignment across work streams, the Philippines supports the proposed landscaping work relative to the mandate of the Transitional Committee for Loss and Damage funding arrangements. On funding support, the Philippines notes the inadequacy of the existing available financing pools and the operating entities of the financial mechanism to address the growing funding requirements of vulnerable developing countries on loss and damage and impacts of climate events, which translates to disasters. Again, climate finance must be easily available and accessible in a timely manner. Strategic flow of financing to developing countries should be facilitated to cover all phases of the climate hazard manifestation. Loss and damage funding through MIBs like World Bank can provide the much needed pre-positioned quick funding in post-disaster situations. Loss and damage funding support, therefore, must include long-range rehabilitation towards resiliency by building right at first sight through a programmatic approach. And in this context, support for climate change, science and technology development, access and use, including early warning systems and predictive and prescriptive tools for high-risk, vulnerable developing countries is vital. Application of science-based and demand-driven approaches, technology and innovation solutions, convergent action, blended financing mechanisms so that potential impacts are averted, reduced, and managed towards immediate recovery. For the Philippines, there clearly is a huge window to fill for means of implementation, as funded and supported by developed countries and multilateral development and investment banks such as the World Bank, among others. To address these obvious gaps in climate hazards management support, the WIM must be able to enhance and fast-track the flow of resources and other wherewithal in an urgent manner. Operating entities of the financial mechanisms will continue to play a crucial role in ensuring that efficient and accelerated flow of funding support to address climate-related loss and damage. And as we address the full spectrum of needs, from prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, and resilience building, funding support by OEs for adaptation and mitigation should also be ramped up for developing nations. Major information gaps on the nature, movement, and manifestation of climate hazards and their impacts must be urgently addressed. Without appropriate basic information, response plans cannot be effective. Again, the guidance from the UNDRR on best approaches to risk assessment may be considered to put in motion a country's anticipatory adaptation strategy. While the recent COP-CMA decision on the establishment of a funding modality to address loss and damage has raised optimism, the investments in anticipatory adaptation must also be increased. For this purpose, and in addition to the existing mandate of the WIM ExCom on collaborating with the SEF, coordination with the SBI and PCCB, the WIM must also be able to work in tandem with the Adaptation Committee, a suggestion also expressed by our colleague from the KSA, as part of enhancing the effectiveness of synergistic actions of groups working to lessen loss and damage associated with climate change. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you. A good reminder of the breadth of activities relevant to loss and damage, and that should be considered. Although also just a reminder that we, in the ExCom and the ASEG, also do not manage any funds at this point, or in the foreseeable future, I would say, but we'll see. I also wanted to share, also in response to Animesh's suggestions related to the suggestion for a call for submissions. There is currently an open call for submissions for funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage, which is kind of asking respondents on how they may enhance access to and or the speed, scope, and scale of availability of finance for activities relevant to addressing loss and damage. And so hopefully that open call can also advance some of this work, both within the ASEG and beyond. I will ask my fellow ExCom members one final time if they have any other thoughts on this topic, or in response to any of the comments that have been raised by other members or by our observers that they would like to come in on. All right, hearing none, then I will turn the chairing responsibilities back to Frode and Jerome.
I think noting from the views expressed by members and of course observers, I think it's just to put on the table the needed deepened collaboration that we have, the liaisoning activities with the other constituted bodies so that we comprehensively cover the needed strategies, how to enhance work along the work streams of the WIM ExCom in light of the plans of action. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for facilitating this last session on our 5 work streams. I think we covered the ground very well, and maybe just as a reminder that one of the decisions we adopted yesterday does address across the board of the 5 work streams. A request to the Secretariat to continue updating on a regular basis the status of implementation of each activity of the 5-year rolling work plan. And also it expresses in the decision appreciation to expert groups members and encourage the members to continue supporting the implementation of the 5-year rolling work plan and the plans of actions. I think it's important also here that we are recognizing the invaluable contributions by all experts in this work. And with that, bringing this agenda item 13 to a conclusion and suggesting that we take a brief comfort break. Coffee is available at the back of the room, and then we will resume after, what should we say? 20 minutes break? Okay, so a comfort break up till 11 a.m. Manila time. Thank you. from the break. I think we are ready to resume our meeting. And just a little update on how we suggest to proceed now. This session here, we think we should just take stock of just a few things that relates to decision points. The first thing I would like to note, just give me one second. I just wanted to consult with the Secretariat regarding the draft decision point that was circulated yesterday to members of the Executive Committee. And this is the decision point that relates to cross-cutting activities, the issue regarding technical guides and products. It was circulated to members of the Executive Committee in a written procedure, asking for any comments by today at 11 a.m. And in the absence of any such comments, having then adopted this agenda item, so what I just asked the Secretariat for is actually now to hand me over the gavel, because although it's actually decided in silent procedure, I'm now also formally adapting it by gaveling it, since there were no comments and objections to this decision point on technical guides and products, and by adopting it now having no objections, it is so decided, and thereby also allowing this decision point to be uploaded along with the other adopted decision points. Then, coming back to one of the decision points that we have already adopted, with a suggestion for a minor addition to it. And this is the decision point on the 10-year commemoration event, on which we have made a decision yesterday. So the proposal by the co-chairs and supported by those champions which I was able to consult with during the coffee break, the suggestion is to make an addition to that decision, which is an addition that addresses the question of having high-level representatives joining the commemoration event at COP28. We thought that it could be useful to equip the champions with a mandate as part of a decision to actually continue identifying, engaging high-level representatives for that event. So, with your permission, I would like to make a proposal to that decision point. And we may also be able to get that brief addition on the screen. I will go ahead and read out what we are suggesting, while the Secretariat might be working on trying to get that on the screen, and then see if that is something that can meet the approval of ExCom members. And I hope you're following me, and also where it should be sitting. The addition from yesterday on Activity 1, 10-year commemoration. Towards the end of that, there is the last bullet saying participating in regional climate weeks as appropriate, etc. And then following that one, ExCom requested the group of champions to identify and invite high-level speakers, essence bracket, to the event to be organized at COP28 to commemorate the 10 years of institutionalization of loss and damage with a view to increasing visibility and promoting participation. With an additional decision along this line, I think we shouldn't waste time if we want to have high-level representatives joining this, and I think it would be good if the champions are on safe ground here based on a decision from all of us that they can pursue this in a timely manner here so that we can get an appropriate level of representation from relevant high-level speakers and not identifying here and not be too prescriptive, but an open mandate here and delegating it to the champions to proceed along this line. So I'm pausing here to see if there are any comments, objections to adding this to the decision point. And if I hear none, see none, Frida, please.
Excuse me for coming in here, but I see there is institutionalization of loss and damage. I think we had agreed that we are not calling it institutionalization. And
so the right word, Frida, is?
The 10-year anniversary of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. And then there is this little tiny word change of ExCom requested. I would say requests. It's still there.
On your last point, oh, you're quick there, Frida. On your last point, while the Secretary is capturing your first point, on your last point, let me just share with you that we have been consistent actually in all the decision points to use the past tense because once it's out there, it makes some sense to be consistent in using requested. Shara, please.
Thanks, Frode. I guess the one thing is that this is also implicit that we will have high-level speakers. Or are we going to delegate the responsibility of deciding whether we are going to have high-level speakers to our champions? And if we are delegating to them to consider whether that is desired, perhaps that should be further reflected in terms of ExCom requested the group of champions to consider, inviting high-level speakers to the event, including, so maybe just some clarification and a sense of the temperature in the room if we're all here now deciding we want high-level speakers, or if that was in fact the intent. Thanks, Frode.
Thank you for that question, Shara. Actually, the intention of this is that with this addition, ExCom decides that we will have high-level speakers.
Thanks, Frode. I don't think we had talked about that until this moment. I don't have opposition, just, again, we had not talked about it and had talked about this agenda item for quite some time, this meeting, and yet this is the first time it's coming up. So I do appreciate if there are reflections from people in the room about, whether they want this or not. Again, I don't have issues, just a process in terms of making sure we aren't taking decisions without folks having time to consider and discuss.
Thank you for clarifying that, and you're absolutely right, Shara, and we could have brought it up earlier, I'm sure. It's just that now is the opportunity to actually take a decision, and unless we do take a decision on this, we are left a little bit in a situation where champions may not have a clear mandate to proceed along this line. Maud, please.
Yeah, thank you, further. And I think I agree with the general idea that we can try to invite high-level speaker for the event. Like we were already considering having an event to present that photography competition and exhibition. So we just hadn't like really decided on exactly the concept of that event, but maybe we want to keep it a bit more open and take Sierra's suggestion and say that the ExCom requested the group of champions to consider inviting high-level speakers, so that way we the champion have the mandate, but there's still like kind of like a bit of flexibility in terms of like what is feasible and just to make sure that we leave it a bit open since it's kind of a last-minute suggestion, but I'm totally open to it.
Hafiz, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I do agree with Sierra. We didn't discuss about this. However, I think high-level speakers are really important for this event. For example, some of the ministers from vulnerable countries would be really important because so that they can learn more and then go back home and take some relevant actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hafiz. Any further comments on what we have on the screen? If no further comments, I take it that we agree to add this decision point to the set of decisions under Activity 1, as I mentioned earlier on. And seeing, yes, Maud?
Are we going to put consider?
Excuse me?
Are we going to put consider instead of requested?
My suggestion is we keep as is. I see some nodding and I see no objections. It is so decided. Thank you for that. And with that, and taking a look at our agenda, being mindful that some champions' work may still be useful to do while we are here at ExCom 18, and since we are also gaining some time, freeing up some time, there may be time for champions, both the group that worked on the 10-year commemoration and also the informal group that worked on the guidance and knowledge product issue to actually proceed and get a few steps further on some of this work. Also mindful that there were texts on the table yesterday that relates to guides and knowledge products that I think was not quite brought to an end. So maybe we can free up some time for groups to get back and do some work on that. Having said that, the suggestion is that before doing so, we proceed with item 15 and 16. 15 being organization of intersessional work, item 16 being any other business. Having continued our business on these two agenda items, we can see where we are time-wise and see what time allows for champions and other groups to continue their work while using the opportunity of being here. Let me see if it's agreeable to proceed along this line. Shara, please, you raise your flag, please.
Yeah, thank you, Frode. I don't have any concerns with the broader approach, but I do just want to flag, I don't think there is actually work to be done within a small group on the technical guides. I think we have decision points on that have been circulated and need to be gavelled. And I don't think there has been much exchange on the text of the internal document. And at this point, I don't think there would be much advantage to having a small group further work on that text. However, we have not had dedicated time necessarily for the champions for the expert groups to meet and to consider some of the feedback that they received during this meeting and plan out next steps. And personally, I would find that quite useful while we are all here on a single time zone. And I know there's also challenges in terms of overlap between membership on those expert group, champion groups, and then also some of the other groups you mentioned. So if may I humbly suggest that we have some dedicated time for the expert group champions to meet rather than some of the other activities.
Your suggestion is well noted, Shara. Stella, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and good morning to your colleagues. Just reacting on the suggestion made by Sierra, I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think we would really appreciate to have some time with the champions of the expert groups. I hope that can be accommodated. But I also wanted to ask a question on your suggestion, Frode, on how to proceed. We didn't have much time also to look at the proposal that was made by the champions on the working methods. My understanding is that that item would be taken up under the any other business. So as you suggested in the next part of the meeting, I'm just wondering, and perhaps you could clarify, would there be a possibility still for a potential decision point if the ExCom members decide to propose a decision point if this is taken under any other business? Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Stella. So when you refer to a decision, that's a decision related to the working methods. Is that what you had in mind there? I believe a decision can be taken under AOB if that's what there is, if that's what's suggested and receive support. So we can come back to that under AOB.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, suggest we proceed with agenda item 15, organization of intersessional work. And of course, this agenda item relates to some of the suggestions made here, including having time for champions to use the time here while being here to make plans for intersessional work. I think that's not necessarily something to do in plenary, but I think we will have time to do that among those champions. What I would suggest we do under agenda item 15 right now is reflect a little bit on the meeting we've had here over the last couple of days, to the extent that you may wish to share your thoughts on the business we have conducted over the last couple of days, the agenda, the way it has been set up. I realize that we've spent quite some time on the 5-year rolling work plan. both the cross-cutting issues, the 5 work streams. Have we advanced sufficiently on that? Anything that we could improve on as we plan also for ExCom 19? Any other reflections on this meeting being conducted outside Bonn, including the field trip? So basically, an invitation, open invitation to contribute with your comments on ExCom 18 with a view to also learning from our experience here and always in the mode of improving the way we work. So I already see some flags, and I hope it's responding to this invitation. And for that matter, any other things that you think we should discuss now on the way in which we organize our intersessional work, but specifically the invitation to reflect on the ExCom 18 and the way we have conducted it here in Manila. First Shara and then Camila.
Yeah, thank you, Frode, and actually thank you very much for suggesting this topic. I do think we've learned quite a bit from this meeting, and I think there are some things that we can certainly take forward for ExCom 19. And I keep saying ExCom 20 because I just forget which ExCom we're at. But first, I do think it was a very nice experience and really an honor to be here in the Philippines. And thank you again to our very generous hosts who have made this a very enjoyable meeting and made sure we are very well fed and looked after. And I do think it would be helpful, I think it would be great to explore continuing having meetings outside of Bonn. Although I also think that we did not get word that the meeting would be here in Manila until quite late. And I know that posed some challenges for us in terms of budgeting for travel, arranging travel. And so I think early warning and also making sure we follow the procedures of having ExCom agree as a whole, which I believe is in our terms of reference to meetings that are held outside of Bonn. So a few notes there on location. I also think it was very pleasant and a great way to get to know each other better to have the field trip. And whether we are in Bonn or elsewhere, I think it'd be great to continue having those types of outings that kind of enhance our work, but also provide a different space for us to interact with each other. More on the substance of the meeting. I think it was right that we spent so much time focused on the 5-year rolling work plan. I do think that as our work shifts modes to some extent, our working modalities also need to change to reflect that. Some of the suggestions I might make would be to have specified slots for the different intersessional working groups and expert groups to meet throughout the meeting. It's a little bit hard when we have the breakouts to self-organize given the numerous responsibilities all of us have, and also for our virtual participants to know when they have time available or when they should be participating in those breakout groups. And so I think at least at a minimum having on the calendar, like scheduled, like this is dedicated time for the TFD champions, and then, letting other groups or activities take place on the side of that, I think would actually be helpful to have a little bit more organization around some of those different groups. And I think also there were some times where those different intersessional groups and expert group champions had specific questions, but I don't think the full ExCom had been fully read into the issue or were aware of the issues. So I think, again, that's just a suggestion to better use our Monday meeting to make sure that we have an opportunity to have folks raise those questions they have so that folks can actually consider them before it gets raised in the plenary. And also, I believe in our working methods discussion, we suggested also having a virtual meeting 2 weeks in advance of our in-person meetings to do something similar to the Monday meeting of running through the agenda and flagging those issues. And again, I think that advanced notice on some of those questions would actually help us be more productive when we're in person, because then it would give us an opportunity to think about those questions and how we would like to respond, and may actually reduce the amount of work we have to do intersessionally. The last thing I will share is just I think we can continue to do better in terms of facilitating virtual participation. Kaisa and Stella and Faisal have done a wonderful job of joining remotely, but I think we can still do better in terms of considering if we can have different hours, sticking to the schedule a little bit better, et cetera. So it's a little easier to participate virtually. And I know that especially as we consider having meetings outside of Bonn more regularly, that's an important component to continue to improve.
Thank you very much, Sarah, Camilla, and then Kaisa, Maud, and Stella. Camilla, please.
Thank you, Frode, and thank you for the space on reflecting a bit on this ExCom and ways of working. I think it's a very useful time. I think I will maybe agree or echo a lot of what Sierra has said, starting with the benefits of having this meeting in Manila. I think it was very helpful to start with a field trip that sort of gave us some underground experience and helped set up the idea of see how all of this discussion that sometimes seem very global and removed from the real world, how they have real day-to-day impact in all of our countries. And I think that was very helpful in sort of setting the tone of the meeting. And I think it was a great example to have it here in the Philippines, which is a particularly exposed country to the adverse effects of climate change. And I think we could see that through the discussions as well as the way in which the Philippines as a country, but other observer countries came in. I think it allows to have a lot more weight. So I do hope that we will have the opportunity to have more ExCom meetings outside of Bonn in the future. I will agree with Sierra that it will be helpful to set at least some guidelines on how the decisions are made and the timeline in which we decide where and just how much time ahead we have to prepare for a trip, which is very different. But I do look forward to having more meetings outside of Bonn. I also think going on the agenda, it was very helpful to have a much more implementation ExCom, to use the implementation COP idea. I like that we had a lot more time to reflect on actually implementing this new 5-year rolling work plan, that we had slots that allowed for a lot of work and reflection on this, but also for a lot of time to distinguish plenary time, which is very important, but also breakout groups, which is really helpful because we can get a lot more work done and advance a lot quicker. I think in that sense, particularly as we have more and more topics, which seems to be the direction as to where loss and damage in generally, but also the work of the WIM is going. To have more and more topics and we have more and more breakout groups or champions group, it would be very helpful to have much more clear procedures for keeping track of decision text and gavelled text and how this is shared. I think a lot of the issues we had is that we were not quite clear where we were at with all of the text and what that meant. And I think we could try to have procedures, send it out at the end of the day with status on where we are at on these, or perhaps more clear deadlines. I know this was harder as well because we were in a very different time zone. But as to when this silent procedure ends and when the actual silent procedure ends, have a message said, so this is closed, so it was adopted by silent procedure. I think we had a lot of things that went into silent procedure and remain in silent procedure. And then we discussed them again. So I think it just made it, we could try to think of actual more clarity in how we are going to do this. And having been an ExCom member that had only participated virtually till now, I think I agree with some of Sierra's point. And I know this time we used Zoom, and I think Teams is a much better platform because it allows for the whole of the ExCom, even those present, to have Teams open, even if it's not, if we're not in the meeting, but we are in the chat, and having all of the members in one chat as it's going was really helpful for me in the remote meetings, because it was all just one place in a way that WhatsApp or email just does not help. We also had documents. I think sharing documents and seeing what was being shared was much easier in that platform. And I don't know, I wonder if we could try to go back, because we do have an ExCom Teams platform where we do share documents and we can use, and perhaps it would facilitate the participation of those members that are participating remotely. And I know that is one of the big issues we have, and we will probably, it's very important and helpful that we promote participation remotely, because there are very valid and important reasons why sometimes one might not travel to a meeting place, but we want and we strive, and we have seen how our members have tried to be very participative. So maybe just have these procedures more clearly defined, including the tools that we use, will be helpful, so that we all know where all the members are, where all the information is being shared, and that way it's clear for everyone. I think those might be some thoughts on this. So thank you so much for this space, and I want to hear some of my teammates.
Thank you very much, Camilla. I have Kajsa, Maud, Stella, and Angela. Kajsa, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this space as well to have this discussion. I also want to raise, before going into reflecting on the questions you raised, Frode, that I do think we should also, during this part of the meeting, and particularly on this agenda item, I think, discuss the topic of a calendar of meetings for the year, not only for the upcoming ExCom meeting to set the dates for that, but also for the expert groups meetings. I know we discussed this earlier in the week, and then it was raised that we need more input to be able to do such a calendar. I don't think there's much more input needed, perhaps just an acknowledgement that perhaps one expert group meeting in each expert group needs to be planned for, or two for some. But just if we either can decide on a calendar, or if we can have a clear understanding on how we will go about to collect that input and decide on a calendar. My preferred approach would be for the Secretariat to give a suggested calendar for the year, and then we can review it and respond to it, for example, with addition of expert group meetings that we see the need of, or similar. Because I also think it's important that the calendar fits the work of the Secretariat, because they are providing us so much support and help in our work. So that's one point that I wanted to raise, that I hope we will also have time to discuss that during this meeting. Then I wanted to comment on a few points on the agenda as well. Like others have said, I think Camilla said it, that it was an implementation-focused meeting. I really like that we worked so closely with our work plan. And perhaps I do think that's something that we could consider continuing with as well. But perhaps we could try to be even more substantive under the different points on the work plan and really discuss how to take different actions forward, or if there's any hinders to take things forward. So I like it, but I think we can use it even better in the future. But it was good as well at this meeting. And then I echo what others have said, that I do think it's really good that we schedule time for champions to meet during the ExCom meeting. And I think that's something that we had decided to do before. And it's good to see that that has happened at this meeting, very clearly also indicated in the calendar. But I do agree that it would be good with even more clarity on which groups we meet at what time, etc. Ideally in advance of the meeting, otherwise at least in the beginning of the meeting or in the beginning of each day would be useful, I think. I also think Sierra raised the point of having a prep meeting ahead of the ExCom meeting 2 weeks in advance. That's something that we discussed at the last ExCom meeting, having a virtual, perhaps 1 or 2 hour call with ExCom members, just to make sure that we're all on the same page on what's going to happen at the meeting, etc., and flag any key issues ahead. I think that would be very useful. We did that at some ExCom meetings during the pandemic, and I thought those slots were super useful when we did have kind of prep discussions ahead of the meetings, and at least made me much more prepared for the actual ExCom meetings when they happened. And then having reflected on the virtual participation quite a lot from Sweden, taking part in your meeting, I do think that even though we had some technical issues during one point of our meetings, I do think the technical part has been working really well. So thank you to both the Secretariat in the Philippines for making sure everything works so smoothly. Camilla suggested Teams might work even better, but I haven't seen any hinders with Zoom. One reflection can be that it would be good if you in the room can see the hands raised, and also if you could see comments in the chat, because there's been quite interesting comments and links shared, etc., in the chat, and I think that would be useful also for you in the room to see, and it would make the meeting feel more interactive. I also think it would be good that every time a break is taken or there's a change in the schedule, that is written in the chat of the meeting to clearly communicate. Because when you hear a time and then you have to rethink it into your time zone, it takes a while and you're also very tired. So I think it's good if you can write it very clearly in the chat to allow for virtual participants to understand what's happening. And then I also, a reflection is, and I understand that this makes it less comfortable for physical participants, but I do think it would be a value in avoiding short and quick breaks of 15 minutes or half an hour, and instead focus on starting the meeting, having the meeting slots more adapted to the time zones of those that are participating virtually, and perhaps have a longer lunch break or similar, so that there's actually time to take a nap for those that are participating during a night, because it's quite tiring to sit at 3 o'clock in the night and wait for half an hour because you don't really have an interest in coffee that early, and it's a little bit too short to take a nap. And we do know beforehand which time slots our virtual participants are participating in. So it is also possible for us to tweak the schedule a little bit. I know we can never do it fully because we're spread across the globe, but at least trying to allow for people to get a few hours of sleep during the nighttime would be useful. And I have big sympathy for Camilla, that has always been so engaged and happy and positive during our ExCom meetings, even though you've been participating virtually up until now. And then, well, yeah, and then also on On the location of the meeting, I think it's such a nice gesture of the Philippines to organize the meeting. Even from here, I really get the feeling of a better understanding of how you work in the Philippines. I think it has been really brought this kind of substantive and national examples to our discussion, which I very much appreciate. I also think the interventions made by the Philippine colleagues in the meeting have been excellent and really to the point. And I see how much you know about our work in the ExCom and how relevant it is to things you do on a national level and how much you have to bring to the table. So I do really appreciate that we have gotten that perspective during this meeting. However, I do think it poses a challenge when the meeting is not held in Bonn. It is in our rules of procedure to have the meeting in Bonn, and it also has extra budget cost and many times to have the meetings outside of Bonn, and it also might be more expensive for colleagues to travel to the meetings. So I would encourage us to try to stick to our rules of procedure and have our meetings in Bonn, even though I thought we have had 10 years of ExCom, and it was really nice that this meeting could take place in the Philippines. But I do think that going forward, I would appreciate having our meetings in Bonn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kajsa. Maud, please.
Thank you very much. And I think I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made so far. And thank you for giving us the space to discuss this. I think in terms of the location for the meeting, it's been very interesting to be able to be in the Philippines, and I really appreciated the field trip we did. I think it's a great precedent to be able to go see on the ground what it is, so we really know what we're talking about when we talk about loss and damage and potential solutions. I just want to echo what some other people have said, that I would absolutely support having the meeting of the ExCom in other location. And actually what the rules of procedure of the ExCom say about this is that the meeting will be held in Bonn unless it decided otherwise by the member of the ExCom. So I think it's just as long as the member of the ExCom have a chance to decide it, then that is okay. And if the members of the ExCom have a chance to decide it, then that allows for a little bit more time for the member of the ExCom and the observers to plan their travel, which also would potentially reduce the number of participation online, because it is difficult for those online to participate. I fully agree with that. And I think it was really interesting to see that even though we're not in Bonn, we can have like a lot of observers present. So that was really good to see. I think my main point on the mode of work was that with regard to the decision points, often when we were finishing an item and we were looking at some of the decision points, we didn't have a lot of time to reflect on them. And then we had to have a silent procedure until, 2 p.m. But at the same time, we're trying to follow the meeting here in person and then trying to be on our computer to look at the decision points. So sometimes it's just hard to do two things at the same time. So I think going forward for the decision points, it would be helpful to, once we've maybe discussed it, and quickly in the room, we've seen it on the screen, to have it compiled by the Secretariat into one document, just like we had yesterday, so we can have it visually, and then maybe for those that we are not able to just agree on spot because they're easy ones, then we just go back to them at the end of the meeting, and then we look at them all in one document, because it's really hard for us to consider piece by piece each decision and trying to do it while we're trying to follow the ExCom meeting. So that would be my main comment going forward.
Stella, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having that space. I think it's a very helpful discussion, and coming in late in the discussion, there is so much that has already been said, and I agree with the great majority of everything that my colleagues have said before me. Participating as a virtual participant, I think I have to reflect a little bit on that point as well. Although Kaisa has covered already so many of those points, and many others, including Camila, have a lot of consideration for accommodating the right timing for those that are joining from different time zones, and agreeing maybe a little bit more in advance on how the sessions will be scheduled, when the breaks will take place, and maybe having them, as Kaisa was explaining, a little bit shorter and longer for those during the lunch. I think it was really the technical support was excellent. So thank you very much also to the hosts for taking care of us. I am quite agnostic about the platform that we use. I think this one worked well, but I do feel there was this disconnect between audience in the room and participants online, that you couldn't see what we were saying or flagging our hands or our thumbs up, and there was quite a lot of discussion in the chat as well that couldn't be seen in the room. So if that could be improved, no matter which platform we use, I think that would be really appreciated. I also wanted to echo what was said about the generosity and the preparation and the excellent interventions from the Filipino government and the colleagues in the room. And I think there was also much more participation from the local stakeholders, because the meeting was taking place in the Philippines. So I do appreciate a lot of the added value of having that meeting. However, I would like to also echo that we should be following quite clearly our rules of procedure. And I do have to say that it is an additional budgeting cost for those of us who have the meeting kind of planned in our budgets to take place in Bonn, and then when they are rescheduled, we are simply not able to travel. So I think we need to fine tune a little bit how we plan that ahead, and would appreciate if the meetings could be held as a general practice in Bonn as well. In terms of the content, I also would like to thank very much the Secretariat for preparing the kind of the status of implementation. I think it was very, very useful to have that. I also appreciate the fact that we were going so much into the implementation. But again, echoing what colleagues have said before me, planning in advance would be definitely valuable. Having a meeting ahead so that we can really discuss between the ExCom members how we go into those different points. Do we have some strategic discussions? I think that was also something that was coming through the meeting, but perhaps we didn't have enough time allocated for having most strategic discussions, because we were looking really into the separate work streams. So I think if we do have a planning meeting in advance, that would allow us to think a little bit more how we can bring all those elements together. And I think having the clear calendar of meetings also for the expert groups, that would allow champions of those expert groups to know when the meetings are ahead of the ExCom, so that they can really plan together with the experts what will be discussed at the meeting, what guidance is needed to be given by ExCom to the work of the expert groups. So just highlighting the importance of the calendar. On working modalities, briefly, I would agree with Camila that having those breakout groups is very valuable. And again, echoing what some of the colleagues have said on the kind of the way we proceed with the decision points, I think there is some room for further improving that. And just a suggestion at the end of my intervention, since we will have still a discussion on the working methods, and a lot of those points actually cover this area of working methods on, how do we improve the virtual participation, how do we fine tune the working modalities with the way we're proceeding with the decisions. Perhaps these are some of the things that could be further considered by the intersessional group of champions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before moving on to Angela and Hafish, allow me just to, because I just wanted to consult, and Miva was kind enough to remind me what the rules of procedure say on the venue of ExCom meetings. The meetings of the ExCom shall take place in the country of the seat of the UNFCCC Secretariat unless otherwise decided by the ExCom. So I think, in a sense, it's not like we are violating the rules of procedure. Another comment I would like to make on this is, if I recall correctly, but I stand to be corrected, I think maybe my co-chair indicated already at ExCom 15 that the Philippine government was considering to possibly host a meeting of the ExCom. Therefore, to me, as an ExCom member, not as a co-chair, it didn't come as a surprise when the Philippines actually made good of its offer to host an ExCom meeting. So I think, if I am correct, I stand to be corrected, but I think it was said openly over the microphone at ExCom 15. Now, I'm not sort of saying, and I realize when eventually the offer materialized, the notice was short, I think. Again, I'm speaking as an ExCom member now, but not as a surprise to me personally. We know there are challenges. We can all list the pros and cons of meetings being held in Bonn or in member countries, and I think this round of comments is reflecting exactly that. I just wanted to make that observation. Angela, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And let me start by saying, although we are not finalizing the agenda, just to, I would like to, summarize some of the points because most of the colleagues already covered. But let me start by saying what are the three main key things that I would like to highlight in terms of the things that I like it. First of all, reiterate my appreciation to the government of Philippines, because I think it's really important to have the opportunity to travel outside Bonn and see the experience and the implementation of loss and damage approaches in our countries, in the ExCom members. So I really appreciate, and one of the things, and I fully support the comment made by Camila in the sense of having the opportunity to, these field trips are really important for us. It's a good opportunity to see how the implementation is going on and receive some inputs in terms of good practices and lessons learned. That is the first point that I want to highlight. My second point, I'm totally agree with the other ExCom colleagues. I'm really happy to see that we are moving in terms of the implementation, that we are not just, discussing political things, but focusing in our role, which is more technical and substantive. So keeping in our mind that the 5-year rolling plan is our column at this moment, and we need to move forward the implementation of the activities that we have there. My third point is the participation of observers. And as I mentioned here and in every forum, it's really important to have observers attending those meetings, providing inputs and trying to guide us in terms of our work. So I appreciate the comments made by observers, their active participation, and I think it's something that we need to recognize in terms of this meeting and the active participation and inputs. Those are perhaps the three key points that I would like to highlight in terms of the good practices and activities during this whole week. In terms of the things that perhaps that we need to work on it and improve, let me highlight 4 key points. The first one is a calendar of the year. I'm totally agree with Kais and other colleagues that we need a timeline, a calendar that could help us to see, as I mentioned during the first day or second day of the meeting, to see the whole picture in terms of our work. Because although I'm champion of one or two expert groups, I would like to see what are the things that others are doing and perhaps to provide, support in terms of the implementation of the actions that we have or the things that they are doing in their plan of action. My second point is in terms of mode of work. Although we didn't cover this agenda item and it's in other business, just to highlight that I'm totally agree with Sierra and other colleagues, and it's part of the documents that we prepare as champions We think that it's important to meet before ExCom meetings at least 2 weeks in advance for the preparation of our sessions. So I fully support that idea. And just to say that also I would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of these meetings, because we always receive information, annotations, documents, which is a really good practice, and also the closed session that we have before the official ExCom meeting. It's really important, and I think we must keep it as a good practice, particularly for those who are joining the ExCom as new members. It's really important to allow them, to receive information and capacity building in terms of how to handle and participate these meetings and documents. My third comment is in terms of the breakout groups. I think we should try to have more dedicated spaces for breakout groups, because it's the substantive discussion. Although we had the opportunity to join breakout groups, perhaps we didn't cover all the things that we have to do. And just to say, I'm part of the 7 champions group, and it's too difficult to me to say that I'm gonna work intersessionally on the 7 champions in the 7 champions group, because also we have national compromises and things that we want to do, and it's really important that we take the advantage of these face-to-face meetings to move forward our work here in these meetings, instead of leaving everything for intersessional work. And finally, which is my fourth point, and just to support the comments made by Maud and I think others in terms of the decision points, I think that we need to try to improve how to take how we are dealing with the decision points. I think something that could be really useful for us is that the co-chairs let us know that we are in a decision mode, because sometimes to me it's not clear that we are in a decision mode. Perhaps if you highlight now we are in a decision mode, it's more clear for us. And also I think it's important to see the whole decision points somehow, could be in a web, in a Dropbox drive, to see whole decision points. Perhaps we cannot edit it, but just to see the whole document and the whole picture of the decisions. And we can, perhaps highlight those that we already adopted, or, put approved or whatever, but just to have the information more accessible in terms of how to see the decision points, because sometimes it's difficult to follow all decision points through email, and as was mentioned by Maud, we are discussing different agenda items at the same time, but also look at the decision points, so it's really difficult. Just to say, take the opportunity to thank once again the Secretariat for the valuable support, and also the co-chairs for the opportunity to provide additional inputs in terms of these areas for improvement. I think it's learning by doing, and it's for us, to support the process in terms of how we work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Hafish?
Thank you, co-chair. I heard our colleagues, but I do agree most of the issues, so I'll be very brief. So thanks, Secretariat, to give us some idea about the rules of procedure, how we can organize the meeting outside of the bond. I do realize the challenges and also the scope of organizing ExCom meeting outside the bond. Particularly, I would like to highlight one thing, that is organizing the ExCom meeting outside Bonn, particularly in vulnerable countries. We can sensitize the governments. I have seen that the minister's secretary and some other officials from different ministries were here at the first day at least. So this is how we can try to involve sensitize the governments of vulnerable developing countries. So my second point is that, of course, calendar would be a great idea, and I would like to agree with Angela that not only the champions, but also other ExCom members who are interested can join the expert group meetings. That would be really useful. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fish, and I think we're busy taking notes of all the good points, which discussion feedback can help us improve the way we conduct our business, be more efficient as ExCom. That's the whole purpose of us. Implementation, a lot of learning points. I still feel new, although it's the second year or my fourth ExCom, but really good points that you've been bringing to the table. I would like to invite observers, if any observers would like to contribute to this round of feedback, reflections, evaluation on the way in which we have conducted our business here at ExCom 18, or any other thoughts that you may have. You're welcome to make your contributions. I recognize the facilitated working group and UNDRR.
Thank you. I had to wake up the microphone holders first. Thank you. Since I'm the first observer to take the floor, I guess I want to also thank the Philippine government for hosting us here and feeding us well. Unfortunately, I arrived too late to join any field trip, but that would definitely have been interesting. I haven't attended any meetings of the ExCom in Bonn, so I don't know how that is. But I just wanted to take the floor to, excuse me, to encourage to continue the way of developing the agenda, where it would be possible for observers to also elaborate, like myself representing the facilitative working group, to have the opportunity to elaborate more on the dedicated agenda points where we are addressing the issues that we are experts on. I saw it was an opening for that on this agenda, and I was just encourage the ExCom to continue that way of ensuring that other constituted bodies can have substantial contributions to specific agenda points. Like it was put up here, but I didn't spot the opportunity clearly in advance. But to continue that holding that opportunity open. And also, I think, not to speak on behalf of my colleague, but the opportunity also to share in the opening session about the local experiences was a very good opportunity to share the indigenous perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And UNDRR, Nimish.
Thanks, Roddy. Thanks again, and three quick points. One, for sure, I can see in my limited duration of attending ExCom meetings as an observer that the loss and damage agenda is definitely advancing and becoming more and more substantive in our discussions. So full appreciation to the leadership of the co-chairs and the members. In particular, the discussion on funding arrangements, the technical assistance, knowledge products, and so on goes on to show that we are becoming more substantive rather than just procedural. We're also becoming more inclusive of other agendas. I mean, assigning ExCom focal points for the Sendai framework is a very good example. And on behalf of UNDRR as the custodian of the Sendai framework, I can assure that we'll fully engage the two members who have been assigned to be the focal points for Sendai framework, starting with the midterm review of the Sendai framework, which is currently ongoing and culminating in the high-level event in New York in May. Second point is the role of the expert groups. which is where the observers are fairly more active in terms of our substantive contribution. And I feel that the political ambition of the ExCom needs to be complemented by the technical expertise of the expert groups. I think some concrete direction from the ExCom in terms of identifying knowledge gaps, where is contribution needed, some kind of indications on that direction, both coming from the COP decisions and the ExCom decisions, would be helpful for us to identify where the gap lies, and we can then rally our technical resources behind those gaps, rather than, as of now, a fairly democratic process, but essentially putting our wish list into the program and the plan of action. So perhaps a bit of more structuring of the expert groups might be better helpful to the ExCom members. And of course, we'll be continuing to working closely with the expert group champions. And I also feel, and this is something which has come up in every ExCom meeting, better collaboration across the expert groups would also be very helpful. And again, maybe the champions can play a role to ensure that activities which require more collaboration across expert groups may be better reflected in the way we work. Although not present in the room as of now, but would also appreciate the presence of UAE as the upcoming COP presidency, and I believe they really contributed a lot to the discussions, both during the meeting but also outside, in terms of assuring that they're fully in support of the work that we are doing here. Also, of course, to our generous hosts, Philippines, both in terms of ensuring that they provide full hospitality, but also making some very, very substantive comments and interventions during the discussions, to full appreciation to them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Animesh. I see no further flags. I do see a flag. Frida, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I also wanted to extend my very sincere appreciation to the Philippine government for hosting us here. I think it has been an excellent experience, inclusive the field trip that we did on Tuesday. I think that was an amazing scene setting. And I think wherever the ExCom will take place in future, I hope that we will have this kind of scene setting in the beginning of each meeting, because I think that it was a good opportunity to know each other differently, and also getting into more depth on what is needed in developing countries. I also appreciated the exchange in the breaks with the observers, and so I appreciate that there have been also quite a lot of observers here in presence. Also the presence of the UAE, which I think shows great support to several events that we are planning at COP28. I agree that it would have been helpful to have a little bit more planning on the breakout groups, even though we have changed schedule several times due to the necessity that we had. So I also appreciate the flexibility of the co-chairs and the secretariat, and would like to thank the support that we got. I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida, for that, and thanks to all for what I see as very valuable contributions and feedback. Thanks for engaging so much in this. From my own side, let me just add a few words, and if my co-chair would like to add as well, and then we can move on maybe to the next agenda item. First of all, I'd also like, in my personal capacity and also capacity as co-chair, to thank the government of Philippines for hosting us here in Manila. It's been a great experience for me to visit your lovely country. I regret I don't have more time to stay here, but I think at least the field trip that you organized so well was useful from a professional point of view, and also I think from a personal point of view, to get a little bit outside the meeting room, which we rarely do. Travel far, get into a meeting room, travel back. It's sometimes a little bit boring, especially coming to such a lovely place as here. I really think it was nice to sort of get a sense of reality on the ground for those on the front line of climate change. Other than that, just a few other observations, if I may. First of all, I think also our informal members-only day, or Monday, I see it as a very useful way of starting our ExCom meetings, both for the reasons that I think, Frida, you mentioned. It offers an opportunity to get to know each other in a more informal way, but also I think we together set the scene and create a mood for us to also effectively, constructively, productively engage in the subsequent formal meeting. So I value that quite a lot, and I realize also all the time we should make sure that we make best use of this informal retreat type of pre-meeting. So your contributions always and inputs at any time, I think I can speak on behalf of my co-chair as well, are welcome, as you have already now also in this session provided some input to. But don't hesitate to let us know at any point in time if you have any thoughts on how we can make best use of that space. Just a couple of other reflections. I think all your points on decision-making during meetings are extremely valuable. Since I joined my first meeting and also as a co-chair immediately at that first meeting, I've been reflecting on the best way in which we can not only make decisions, but also make the right decisions. And I think at least I'm learning here as well. Here's now another learning experience from this meeting. I am happy that at this meeting we are not looking towards a Friday afternoon where we have a lot of decisions to take. Allow me to say that. I say that partly because one of the ExCom meetings we had, that was the situation, and I think it's not a conducive way of decision making that we sit late on a Friday afternoon, everybody looking at their time schedules to go back, etc., etc. So I think we can take better decision if we allow ourselves to do it along the way. And I realize we can do it in a better manner, give a better overview. That came clearly out, I think, in this round. So I think we will do everything we can to ensure exactly that. Be clear when we are in a decision mode, make sure that there is an overview of decisions in the process, decisions being made, upcoming decisions. I think we can work on that and improve a lot on that. A final thought, two other thoughts. I want to also use this opportunity to thank all the observers again, either being with us here in the room or virtually, because it's so valuable, and I was really pleasant, and I am pleasantly surprised and value the turn-up of you observers being here presently with us, because before coming to Manila, I was not sure what to expect, to be quite honest with you. Therefore, I'm pleasantly surprised to see that actually we have such a good turnout and presence of observers here, and not only presence, but also the way in which observers are engaging actively and contributing to our business. I think it's been a pleasure to see, and others have mentioned the engagement of the Philippine governments, which I also really value, including also the presence of the United Arab Emirates. So thank you very much for that. My final comment is one on making use of the space that we can set aside for in-session work. I think a lot of comments have been made on this, and I think we need to think of how we can make best use of the space that we do have for in-session work. And I realized when we reached a point, I think it was a couple of days ago on the second day, where I think as co-chairs we had suggested breakout groups. And then maybe we shouldn't have been surprised, colleagues saying, look, If we do breakout groups, what about us that are part of 2 different teams? Or, and as you said, Angela, part of I don't know how many. All right. So that poses that challenge of how do we then make effective use of the time while realizing that a number of colleagues are engaged in just more than one work stream, if you will. While if we go in plenary mode, there may be some that do not engage as much as others in exactly what we are then treating in plenary mode. So again, help us all the time to suggest how we do this best. But at least I think it came out clearly that we do need to make good use for champions to use the time when physically together, because we realize that once meetings are over, then we are back in our daytime work, so to speak, and it's very hard. We all work on a voluntary basis on some of this. So your inputs on this has been really valuable, and do not hesitate to come back on this and other things also. Also, as we get back and look towards ExCom 19, so that I realized that also, sorry, one final comment. The 5 work streams that we treated under 5 different agenda items 9 to 13, I think we could maybe also have prepared a little bit better for that. We set aside 19 minutes for each of them. We didn't fully use 19 minutes for it. It's not that I think we had to use 19 minutes. I just realized that the potential of time-space was more than it's turned out to be needed. And therefore, maybe a little bit of a learning also, because I think the implementation mode, the way in which we are starting on the 5-year rolling work plan is so important. And I think we did allow time for that here, and I think it was good we did. And I think at the next meeting, ExCom 19, we should similarly ensure there is time for work in the work streams, and whether it's 90 minutes or less, that remains to be seen, but maybe we can be better prepared for it and therefore make better use of the time that we allocate. So these are my immediate thoughts, and with that, Jerome, if you'd like to add any thoughts on this before we move on.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think before I speak, we have Rafiq.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I fully agree and support my colleagues speaking before me. I take this opportunity to say to our colleague, Co-Chair, thank you for the hospitality. I appreciate the hospitality of government of Philippines, as well as the good organization of this meeting, and especially for the field trip, as I said before, my colleagues, and the useful participation of our distinguished observers. Also the good spirit in which was held this ExCom 18 meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Co-Chair, if I may also express my observation, I think beyond the process, beyond the logistics, beyond the working dynamics that we can enhance, including the selection of the site for the meeting, I think what resonates in my mind is what we've heard, and those are big words, implementation ExCom. I think that's actually the principle by which we are here. I think that's the reason for our existence, to make Article 8 through us be real and alive. And I think that is a tall order, and I think the warm camaraderie, the professional dealing, and I think the creative insights will lead the world towards what loss and damage AMA is all about. So I'll stop from there. We still have much more to do, and let's proceed, Co-Chair.
Exactly, Jerome, thank you for that. And while now proceeding to item 16 in just a couple of minutes, any other business, I'm just reminded here, or confirmation by the Secretariat, and I may also wish to maybe just turn to you, Miva, for any thoughts you may have on actually the discussion we had here before we move on. But you're reminding us that at this meeting we've had more observer participation than I don't know if it's than ever, but you can maybe comment on that. But again, so it confirms the impression I think that we all have here, and we can also add. I think I learned from the Secretariat last night, that we have had more live stream viewers than at any other ExCom meetings. I think I heard Anna mentioning the number of close to 400 live stream viewers for this meeting. So again, there are quite a number of firsts attached to this meeting, and I think we can all appreciate and value that. Miva, any thoughts you'd like to make? Over to you.
Thank you, Frode. Perhaps just to comment on a couple of points about the calendar and the online platform, since many of our members, you have mentioned on that. So in terms of the calendar, we do have a WIM ExCom calendar on the Teams platform. It has not been utilized as much to date, but we hear loud and clear the need for it. So we will try to improve it by including updating the calendar with the meeting dates when and once, as soon as the champions agreed on the actual dates, we will do so. But all of you, the members, have access to the same calendar. So please also feel free to upload it from your end and make the best use of it. We do note that some members have difficulty accessing the Teams platform from some of the hardwares that you have. Please let us know in which case we can also add your private email account to grant access to the same Teams platform if the hardware is an issue in accessing that. Noting that the challenging accessing the same team platform, we have also included in the newsletter, the template of the newsletter to be published on a regular basis, such calendar section in terms of upcoming meetings and events. And that also the newsletter, if the nature of the newsletter is to be more internal, we could include many more meetings scheduled for the internal purposes. So in the first day of the meeting, we had touched upon on the newsletter. We would appreciate further guidance from the ExCom on the nature of the newsletter on that. Regarding the online platform, some of you have mentioned, and I see the ongoing chat in the WhatsApp group about the Zoom versus Teams. So let me just confirm that the Teams is our usual modalities to use for to provide service on online platform. As those of you who participate in COPs and SBs, you note that the Teams is the one that we use to support the virtual participation. When we hold meetings of hybrid nature, we consider all the technical situation and assess overall situation, including the technical availability, and make the assessment with our ICT teams to decide on what is most suitable for particular meetings. So in such cases, we also consider Zoom, Google Meets, and then other online platforms. But let me assure you that our standard or the default modality or the preferred option is Teams, as it is best supported from our ICT team. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Miva, very useful. Shara, please.
Yeah, thank you, Miwa, for sharing those thoughts. I just tried to access the ExCom calendar on my Teams, and it tells me I can't access it for some reason. So I will alert you to that now, or I don't know if it's set up. But anyways, I do think it would be helpful to have it, even if it is on Teams, also live outside of Teams. And I think your idea around a part of a newsletter that lays out upcoming activities would be good. And thank you also for re-raising your questions around the newsletter. I know you had mentioned it earlier in the meeting, and then we kind of moved on with the discussion without the opportunity to discuss. I think it's really great that we are preparing a newsletter. I think last year when we had these discussions around a newsletter, we had planned on it being more outward looking rather than internal, to share things like the technical products to a wider audience, to alert folks of upcoming activities. And in fact, I have had since COP27 several people ask me, is there a loss and damage newsletter? And I have had said not that I'm aware of. So I do think it would be actually helpful to have it be more public facing. I know that would definitely change the content and potentially pose some more challenges. But I think that had been our idea, and I think that should still be our aim. But I'm open to suggestions from others and hearing their perspectives on how to take that forward. And of course, I think we can begin our distribution list with those expert group members and ExCom members to begin with, noting that we don't currently have a distribution list.
Thank you, Cheryl, for those comments, additional comments. Well noted. Kajsa.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to come in on the calendar, and Miwa, thank you for reminding us of the Teams calendar. I'm one of the colleagues that challenged access to Teams space, but sometimes I'm able to do it. But it's really good that we have that there. But I also want to remind us of the decision point from our last ExCom meeting, which was to establish a calendar for 2023 with the meetings of the ExCom and of the expert groups, with the assistant of the Secretariat. However, noting that that would of course be a preliminary schedule and allowing for flexibility. And the reason we had a long discussion culminating into this decision point, and that was to make sure that our experts can plan for attending those meetings. I also think the point raised by Angela and someone else in the meeting as well, that it would be quite good, because then also as ExCom members we could attend each other's expert groups meetings, etc. So I do think it's important that we put together a calendar as soon as possible for our ExCom meeting and for the expert groups meetings this year. And I would want for us to decide how to do that. Should the Secretariat prepare a draft and then we comment on it, or is there could the Secretariat send out a call for information to all the champions of the different expert groups for them to provide input on which meeting dates they would prefer? And the same would of course be ideal with our outreach event as well, if we could already now set a date for that. So just if they're happy to go about it, whatever approach is the easiest for the Secretariat. But I think it would be good if we have a clear way forward on creating that calendar for 2023 with set dates already now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kajsa. I think, again, a point well noted. I think we are about to finish our agenda item 15. I do not intend to try to summarize. No use of that. I think we have been taking notes along the way. and it's been a really rich and useful session. I was just informed by the secretary. I mentioned the live stream viewers before, just for the record. The first day of ExCom 17, we had 151 live stream viewers. The first day of ExCom 18, we've had 373 live stream viewers. So just that you have the figures as well. It's just not anecdotal, but it is actually some records on that that the Secretariat has pulled out. Look, so with that, let's move on to agenda item 16, any other matters. And before handing it over to my co-chair, I'd just like to just to flag that under this agenda item, we will address the decision on the dates of ExCom 19, and we will also, under this AOB, address the question of working methods. And I may also think that, Jerome, you would like to share with us information on a letter that was received, actually. So at least we have these three items here. And with this, Jerome, I would like to hand it over to you. Am I forgetting anything? But there may be other things. But we are turning now to item 16, any other matters. And over to you, Jerome.
Colleagues, this is to inform that the ExCom agreed that ExCom 19 will take place in Bonn in the week of 18th of September this year. In the week of 18th of September. And this is up for decision. Decision text proposal. ExCom agreed that ExCom 19 will take place in Bonn in the week of 18th of September. Colleagues, the decision text is on screen. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Next item, last Tuesday evening while we were having dinner, I was approached by a member of a civil society organization citing an eight-point position on the work on loss and damage. It's a letter actually addressed to the members, and this is to inform that the Secretariat will share a copy thereof to the members electronically. Next item, Kaisa, if you would like to come in on working methods.
Yes, sure. Happy to. And just sorry to reiterate the point again, but if there is a happy to hear if there is a way forward on how to set the full calendar for this year. I'm glad we have the ExCom meeting now reconfirmed. But just an email or something indicating how we go about setting the full 2023 calendar would be great. And going into the topic of working modalities, we have a decision point from our last ExCom meeting where we had a very thorough discussion on how to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the WIM ExCom. We then decided for the ExCom to set a calendar for the full year of 2023 so that experts and members can plan well in hand for the meetings. We also decided to already by then strive to start enhancing our effectiveness of ExCom meetings, building on the ideas that were shared during ExCom 17. And there was a document summarizing many of those ideas. And I do think we have already at this meeting done that, taking into account many of those ideas. But then we also decided to establish a group of champions to work on this topic, and for them to consider to develop a template for plans of actions of expert groups in order to ensure synergies and easier collaboration between the groups. And the idea was that this could build on the plan of action of the task force of displacement, as there was many that thought that was a good example. Then we also decided for the group of champions to consider developing a document further clarifying the expectations on WIM ExCom members. During this meeting, we have worked in the group of champions and developed a document elaborating the expectations on WIM ExCom members that has also been circulated to members. So our thought is that we think it would be good to set a deadline, perhaps in 1 or 2 weeks, for members to comment and provide input on that document, or if we can do it during the session, depending on how much time we have allocated. And for us then to have a version of this document that we are happy with and can work on the basis on. However, it's an informal living document, so it's not something we suggest that we take a formal decision on, but rather something that we have to ensure that we have a common understanding of what it means to be a champion or a focal point, etc. So I hope that everyone has seen it, and not sure if we want to discuss it at this meeting if we do have that time, maybe a round of initial comments, and then colleagues could also have the opportunity to provide written comments on it. I think it's quite clear in the document what the intention is, and many of the things that are said there are how we actually work today. Some are new, but it's more to clarify and make sure we all have the same understanding. So this is taking away one of the tasks that we were tasked with at the last ExCom meeting, but we still have the work on developing a template plan of action to do. And I do think there's other things to be done with efficiency or working methods. So I would also suggest that we continue working in this champions group intersessionally. That said, I would open up the floor for the other champions if you want to add something to the discussion. Stella, Angela, or Jerome. Stella, please come in.
Sure, happy to come in, but not sure if I was the first on the speakers list, so maybe just confirming that with the co-chairs.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Stella.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly, wanted to thank very much Kaisa for presenting this overview and to the fellow champions for the work. I think it is very useful for us to be clear on what the different roles are and the different responsibilities. So I do appreciate having this document and very much welcome the comments either now or in writing, as Kaisa suggested, on the document. One addition maybe to make is that we have heard also when we were discussing the working methods in the previous meetings from our observers or members of expert groups, that it's also sometimes unclear to them what their roles are and in terms of who initiates works, who chairs the meetings, who proposes how to move forward. So I think there is also an element in that document that clarifies what it means to participate in the work of the expert group. And I would support the suggestion of continuing to work as a group of champions and to give update at the next meeting as well, as there are still some actions that Kaisa has mentioned that have not been fully developed, and perhaps some new proposals coming up from this meeting that the champions could take forward. Thank you.
Sierra?
Yeah, thank you, Kaisa, for drafting this document. I just finished reading it and do already have a few recommendations for revising the text and adding a few other pieces. One thing that I do think maybe could be expanded and maybe worth discussing while we are here together as a group is related to champions working with expert groups. I know expert groups are quite different and they were set up differently and are run differently. But also we may have an opportunity to exchange kind of some best practices and things that work well and include those here in this document. So for example, some things that I've heard other experts group doing is like having a co-facilitator for the expert groups. So there's sort of a designated lead for meetings. And so it's clear who is moderating meetings and has that specific role. And so we haven't done that in the ASEG, and I haven't been a part of a TAKE CRM meeting, so I don't know if they do that, but that could be, for example, something to include. So other expert groups that don't do that could consider doing it. And then also I think something to add here would also specifying champions for each of the activities and the plans of actions, complementing the lead experts as well. So there's kind of clear lines of responsibility, and making sure there's experts that are going to be more engaged and involved in those activities, and shaping those activities as needed with the experts. So I don't know, those are just some ideas, but again, I really welcome the opportunity to hear from others about things that have worked for them in their expert groups. The ASEG has been at times challenging, and I think that's partially because of what the ASEG is, and I really welcome the opportunity to learn from others about ways to improve how it runs, by learning about their experiences, how they run their expert groups.
Co-chair.
Thank you, Jerome. Just two quick points. One relating to the question of the calendar. I mean, yes, a calendar is useful. Yes, I assume the Secretariat will be ready to help compile that calendar. In order to do so, it will depend, of course, on inputs by champions to provide dates. So I guess that's probably where it is at this time. So maybe we can just encourage all of us planning for meetings of expert groups, especially champions, to, when setting dates, ensure, and even maybe not when setting dates, but thinking ahead of the timeline of work, and then provide that input to the Secretariat in order then to create that overview, because I think we all agree it's useful. So that's point number one I wanted to make. The other one I wanted to make is that I think, just coming back again, Kaiser, to the paper, the document, I think it's improved a lot, and it's very valuable. And I think your proposal of you've already circulated, but I think maybe just either just agreeing now that setting this deadline, or you may be following up and doing so in writing also, so for everyone to know that within, say, these 2 weeks, I think that you proposed, we consider it not a final document, but at least for now, the basis for our further consideration of our working methods. But I think it has also, to some extent, a nature of being a living document, and I would somehow maybe think that we should use the opportunity at our informal meetings to come back to this regularly. So, but just supporting your idea that deadline is set for the time being, so that at least we have now a paper that is as it is, as per that deadline set. That's all. Thank you.
Frida.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you also for the champions to set up this document. I think this is extremely helpful, especially for new champions being in a working or in an expert group. I do miss, though, one point under the expectations on WIM ExCom members acting as a champion in the expert group. As I understood from my slow onset event expert group, we are also kind of responsible on updating the member list. So I think this should be maybe added as one point, or opening the process to update the member list of each expert group. And then I think it would be very helpful to have kind of lessons learned from the more experienced champions for new champions, like how are we starting to propose a meeting, etc. Because if you are completely new in it, I think it would be good to have a little bit more guideline on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida. Next we have Shara.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to come in to respond to Frode, but I'm actually going to respond to Frida as well. I would request that, as I said before, we do have time as expert group champions. I don't think identifying dates will be that hard, especially if it's indicative dates in terms of like early March, late March. I think we could pretty quickly provide the input that's needed to have a tentative calendar already today. I, in my mind, have, when the next ASAC meetings should be already. But I'd also like the opportunity to talk with my fellow champions before submitting that. So I would suggest us not wasting time and doing that intercessionally and just doing it. And then also, I note Frida's suggestion, but I also just want to reiterate Kaisa's point that when we developed the expert groups and set them up, they were kind of carefully negotiated beasts, so to speak. And we should not take the idea of nominating experts lightly. And so, there is opportunity to consult with outside experts when appropriate or when needed to complete activities. And certainly there has been times when we have considered whether there is in fact a need to add more members. But that is usually kind of on when the plans of actions are updated or every 2 years with the terms of reference. And I think is kind of a broader ExCom discussion as well. So just want to flag that in terms of where it may live in responsibilities.
Thank you, Shara. Then we have Stella.
Thank you, Co-Chair. My raised hand was also a reaction to Frode's suggestion on the calendar and responding to Frida. And I think Sierra made a very good point already that we should agree on those dates here and we will have those consultations between champions. But I think, just also hearing what some others have said that, it's good to have the predictability and for champions of one expert group to be able to join the others, perhaps, and we know that we do not have so many meetings of the expert groups throughout the year, and we could have more if there is a need, but perhaps we could agree on selecting 2 weeks within this year where the expert group meetings could actually meet all in the same week so that there is this kind of clarity for everyone and the possibility to know that in that week they need to attend their expert group meeting, but there's also others taking place. And similarly to having, a week of ExCom meeting, we could perhaps already have 1 week in late spring and then one week somewhere after the summer where we would already highlight that expert group meetings would take place, knowing that of course flexibility is always possible, but at least to give some clarity. I know there are challenges with setting up dates throughout the year intercessionally. The Secretariat is making a lot of effort sending doodles, trying to accommodate everybody's dates, but it's really sometimes very challenging. And then the situation that we face is that we actually cannot meet. So I think it would be valuable to have those in advance and looking into the document that was suggested, having some clear understanding that even if not all the champions are there, we can move forward, make decisions and brief the others and consult them with clear deadlines over the email exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Any more thoughts from the members? Any suggestion how we move forward for the calendaring of all the meetings of the expert groups? Shara.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe a clarifying question for Stella around her proposal to have them for a particular week. I guess I'm just, I guess one question is, are you talking about like an in-person gathering or are you talking about virtual? I feel like sometimes when you actually put them all in a week, it makes it more difficult given that we all do have other responsibilities. And so maybe having like more ExCom weeks would make it a little bit more challenging for participation rather than having that work dispersed throughout our time. But I don't know if I fully understood your suggestion. So perhaps some clarity there.
Thanks, Yara. Stella, would you want to respond briefly?
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for that question, Sierra. Apologies for not being clear. I meant fully virtual meetings. I think most of the expert groups are meeting virtually, and if they're meeting in person, it is in conjunction with ExCom. That was not my intention to propose. My intention was to just have an indication of a week where the expert group meetings would take place virtually, so that we could at least have something in our calendars. But I am not very strongly proposing that. I think if we have dates established that fit with the champions and are also dispersed, I think that would also be a good way forward. I think the main point is that we move out of this meeting with some clarity on when and how we meet foreseeably in this year. Thank you.
Kaisa.
Thank you very much. And on the calendar, I liked Sierra's idea of already today when we meet in breakouts later today, try to find dates that we can communicate to the Secretariat and as the preliminary dates. And then perhaps some of us will want to discuss also with our expert members, but then at least we have something to start discussing with them. So happy to support the approach where all champions and expert groups try to discuss today when they would, an indicative date they would want to meet during this year, or if one or two, depending on how many meetings they're planning. And then also good idea with adding on the paper, a good idea with adding some best practices from some of the expert groups. I, for example, the idea with co-facilitators, that has been the case in both the expert groups I've been on, the non-economic losses and the task force on displacement. And I do think it's a very useful concept to have a clear person that's going to lead the meetings and kind of is more responsible for taking forward the work. In our in both those cases, we have had two co-facilitators.
Thank you.
Which has also been nice. So it's a shared responsibility. I also think that it's good to perhaps add something on the expert group's members clarifying that process or who, how those were elected or something, to your point, Frida. Another point I realized that we have been discussing also in the task force on displacement is whether or not observers are invited to the expert group meetings or not. We usually do have observers at our task force meetings, not a huge amount, but we do have some specific invited observers. That's perhaps also something that we could mention in this paper. And happy to hear any other thoughts like that on this paper at this stage, but also thank you, Frode, for supporting the idea of having set the deadline for written comments on this paper. So we do have one version of this document, even though I fully agree with you that it's a document that should be living and something we can come back to at our informal meetings in the future as well. So perhaps I would suggest a deadline in 2 weeks' time, because I know people will be tired after the meeting and then you have a little bit of time to reflect. I could send out an email clarifying that deadline, and people could send in their comments to the champions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You took the word out of my mouth there, Kaisa, on your last point. I think that was a good summary of that point. And let me just add very quickly, before suggesting, I think both co-chairs are suggesting to move on to agenda item 7 immediately after, agenda item 17 immediately after this. which is the closing of the meeting. But before, just adding to your suggestion, Kaiser, that also we set maybe a deadline for submitting dates for the calendar to the Secretariat, also a 2-week deadline. Mindful of what you said, Cher, why not today? Because if champions have an opportunity to meet, and there will be ample opportunity to that after the lunch break, then obviously let's have those dates submitted and get starting on that calendar. But I'm just suggesting that we allow ourselves a 2-week deadline for that as well. So those were my comments, Jerome.
I'm sorry, I think perhaps I misheard you, Frode, about the way forward. Could you clarify what is happening next and what is the schedule for this afternoon? I thought you said we were going to close the meeting, and I don't think we've taken all the decisions we need to take. I think there's still the ones related to technical guides that have not been gavelled. And it would be very helpful to see the full list of decisions all in one place before we conclude this meeting. And I also think it would be wise of us, personally, I think it would be much easier to do the work related to the champions for the expert groups and developing this calendar before closing the meeting. But perhaps you have more faith in our colleagues to stick around after the close of the meeting for that work.
If I'm not wrong, Sarah, we gavelled the decision related to the technical guides this morning. Am I missing something here?
Were they adopted by silent procedure, or did you in fact put them on screen and gavel them through? Because I don't recall the latter. But I think this just gets to the point, perhaps, of clear process for decision points. I would very much appreciate if we could put all the decision points that have come out of this meeting on the screen, allowing us to carefully read them and see what may be missing, or if there's any changes before we conclude this meeting. I don't anticipate that, but I think it is good practice that we have all of the decisions in a single document for all of us to review before closing this meeting.
I'm sure we can do exactly as you suggest. On the question of the decision point on the technical guides, as you know, it was out in written procedure with a deadline 11 a.m. this morning. No comments received, therefore being adopted. In addition to which, that decision point was gavelled. So it was a double adoption, since we could have adopted, as we've been doing with others, in a written procedure. But if I'm not mistaken, that's the situation with regard to that decision point. If there are other decision points that may be pending, obviously something we need to consider, but maybe the overview of decisions will allow us to clarify that. So I would suggest, and I hope maybe the Secretariat is working on that total overview of the decisions that we have taken, including 2 decisions taken this morning, the one on the technical guides and the second one on the next meeting of the ExCom. These are the 2 decisions taken this morning. And therefore also, sorry, Co-Chair, I think we were of the view that we could formally close the meeting this morning, but I realize it requires that we are sufficiently disciplined to make use of the time that will be available after the lunch break for champions. And that's, I mean, again, I think we are in your hands here. There may be members that are not engaged as champions in various in ways. So therefore, I guess there can be argued for and against closing the meeting before the lunch. So if you have strong views on that, I think now is the time, because what I was indicating, I think, was that we had the thought that possibly we could close the meeting before the lunch. So, Jerome, sorry for those comments, but those were my responses.
Maud?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to thank Kasha and the other champion who have worked on the working method document. So I think it's, I've only went through it really quickly, but I will take the time to look at it more in detail. And if we have a deadline of 2 weeks to provide comment, that is great. Just on the meetings for the expert groups, I think I think it would be helpful if we can know about them in advance. But I'm just wondering, first, how many meetings do we want to have per year? Is the standard procedures of 1, 2, 3? And was the idea, if I understood correctly from other members, that all the expert group would kind of meet in a dedicated week? That's fine. It's just, I think sometimes we need also the flexibility of if we have some decisions to make, or if experts need a way forward on certain, or additional guidance on certain products, it's good to have that flexibility. So maybe we want to have 1 or 2 dates set for the expert group, and then if there's anything else that needs to be decided, we can say that there's a possibility to add a meeting if needed. But we could agree on the number of meetings that we want to have for all the expert groups per year. That would be good. And then I would like to ask if the secretariat could circulate maybe one more time the latest version of the rule of procedure, the decision points, because I think right now I have a decision from yesterday at 8 p.m. and one from yesterday at 7 p.m. And we adopted more things this morning, so it would be really good to just have the latest version. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the compilation of all the decision items in the document is being worked on at the moment. colleagues. Kaisa.
Thank you. I think we continued the conversation in the ExCom members WhatsApp chat instead. And I was just wanting to respond to Maud that I think we as the ExCom should not decide on the amount of meetings each group should have, but I think that should be up to the groups to themselves decide how many meetings they want to have and which dates they want to have. And that should be the ultimate decision should be with the champions in that group. And then this is just to gather all that information into one calendar or document. But I think we're having that discussion on WhatsApp now.
Shara.
Apologies, I had raised my flag when you were huddling and forget for a moment. Yes. The other question I had related to the decision points and the technical guides. And sorry, I was facilitating this morning and haven't been checking my email simultaneously, is whether there were comments on the internal document related to technical guides, or if that is also at this point considered finalized. And also, it would be, I think, quite helpful that perhaps not before we close the meeting, but immediately after, if the Secretariat could provide the final documents for all of the products from this meeting. So not just the final decision points, but also the final internal document related to technical guides, as well as the final PCCB submission, which I believe was also finalized in silent procedure earlier this week. And if there are other documents that I'm not recalling at this moment, that would also, I think, be helpful. I also, maybe related to these lines of engagement with expert groups, would, think it would be quite useful if the Secretariat could assist us by preparing a draft email that summarized ExCom 18, as well as the new item on the technical guides, so that we can send that out to our expert groups next week to let them know that ExCom 18 happened, that it was a productive meeting, that we're going to be re-engaging, and so that they have all the relevant information from this meeting for their work. And then obviously we can also tailor that as appropriate, given the discussions for each of the different work streams and expert groups.
Frida.
Thank you very much. I would like to support the point from Maud to have a minimum requirement of meetings of expert groups a year. And I would suggest to have one meeting at least per year, because I think if there is an expert group that will not group together once a year, what is then the reasoning of having this expert group? And if there are no members that will group together in a year, or there is no reason for it, then we should question the existence of this expert group. And the other point that was discussed in the chat is consulting experts on the date for an expert group meeting. I think that is a very valid point, that they also should have a say in that, or at least we should propose different times or different dates for a meeting, so they could have a word in selecting a date when they are available, since this is a voluntary work. Thank you.
Thanks, Frida. Colleagues, we are breaking for lunch, and we will come back at 2 o'clock. The Secretariat will facilitate addressing the documents as raised, and we are preparing the compilation of the decision points, which will be shared during lunch. And then at 2 o'clock, we all come back, and then we will proceed with the rest of the meeting. And lunch is in the same room as it was yesterday. Thank you.
Colleagues, welcome back from the break. Those of you in the room, those of you joining us virtually, apologies, we ran a bit over time again here now. Now, we have one remaining agenda item, basically, which is the closing of the meeting. But before coming to that, and upon request from members, what we're going to do now, I think, is just to ensure that you have all the handout of the compilation of decision points from this meeting in front of us, the unedited version. I have heard from the Secretariat it's uploaded on the UNFCCC website, and I think it should provide the overview that colleagues have asked for. So with that, I hope that addresses the concern, and we all can just take a look at what we have decided here. And while you're glancing through the paper, let me also lay out how I think we should proceed with other remaining issues. The first one I would like to comment on is the submission for the PCCB. And that version was circulated, as you all recall, in a written procedure. We will not share it with you here and now in a hard copy. I also want to let you know that there have been quite some technical issues of actually getting through the firewall of the hotel. Maybe you all experienced that here in the room as well. Even to upload on the UNFCCC website has caused some problems. So anyway, so regarding the PCCB submission, it went out in a written procedure, and a few minor editorial amendments were made in that process. And what I think we would request the Secretariat to do is to share with you the final version of that submission, including the amendment I referred to. And therefore, that version will be submitted by the ExCom to the PCCB, and which means that in addition to the paper that you're having in front of you, and also circulated, I believe, the PCCB is a decision outcome of this meeting being submitted, being circulated to you in the final version electronically, as and when that is possible. Which brings us to documents that we worked on during the course of the meeting of an informal nature, and documents that I think we could then also now quickly cover and address to make sure we're all on the same page as to the status of these documents and the way forward on them. And to the best of my recollection, we are talking about an informal document that relates to the technical guides, and we are talking about one, if not two, informal documents that relates to the 10-year commemoration process and event. So that's what, as far as I see, we should address here in plenary. before we will proceed to the closing item of our ExCom 18 agenda. So I see a flag or two coming up, and I welcome the observations and comments you may have on the document, or for that matter also the proposals on how we proceed. I see Cher's flag. I'm not sure, Frida, if your flag it's a legacy flag. So Shara and then Maud. Shara, please.
Yes, thank you. Minor comment on decision points, which is, if I could ask the secretary before posting the finalized, I mean, I guess there is a final version on the line anyway already, but the final version, if we could increase the consistency in the headers across the sections, particularly under item 8. Some of the activities have a description of what those activities are, some of them do not. So if we could just use some consistent formatting in the headers, I think that would be appreciated. I'd also suggest listing the activities for the technical guides and products, namely, I think it's activity 4, 13, and perhaps 14 is relevant here too, since I think that's the outreach related to technical guides, but I'd have to double check that. So those are my only comments on the decision points. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to review them in a single document before moving on.
Thank you, Shara. I'm confirmed by the Secretariat. They have noted your comments for consistency and will be able to do that accordingly. And I think there is also a line related to item 14 on the science policy item that is in italics that will eventually go out there. And then over to you, Maud.
Yeah, thank you. Just like a small comment questions on the decision point. The one under item 7, the second paragraph about the adaptation fund and invitation to other fund. Just wondering, I think we mentioned like the placement, so wondering where that would be placed. And then since we have like usually an agenda item on collaboration with the operating entity with the financial mechanism, I'm just wondering if for like future meeting of the ExCom, would that be like an invitation to adaptation fund and other funds? Would that take place under that agenda item, or then would we have like 2 agenda item, one with some operating entity of the financial mechanism plus one of the adaptation funds or other fund? So that's one comment. And the one I wanted to make was with regard to, you mentioned like those other like working documents. So the champion of the 10-year anniversary, we've been working on a document to kind of like help us lay down the steps for the photography exhibition and competition. But I think like for now it's really like a working document, kind of like to help us like implement it. So I don't know. I'm looking at the other like champion, wondering like, I'm not sure if we're ready to share in a plenary or if it needs more work, and we definitely need more work on another document we're working on for the outreach event and the event for the Regional Climate Week.
Thank you, Maud, for, for that clarification. And that's, I think, exactly why we are taking stock in this manner right now. And I think it's well noted that, and given the nature of these documents and given the nature of the task at hand on this, it's well understood, I think, by all of us that more time is needed to go into this by the group of champions. So So unless someone would really like to have better understanding of where things stands now, because we have talked about it, then I think we're taking note of that, and I think that would be a fine way for you, also allowing you to proceed on that. Regarding your comment related to item 7, yes, as we recall, we discussed about which agenda item, etc. here. So what we are dealing with here is a decision we took to have these 2 points under item 7. The second one of them related to the adaptation fund, stating that the item related to adaptation fund and potentially other relevant funds will be addressed under an appropriate agenda item. So although it's sitting where it's sitting, this does not mean that it would be sitting under an agenda item which would be headed collaboration with the operating entities of the financial mechanism. So we have decided that we will ensure that it is sitting under an appropriate agenda item. And I hope that is sufficient, Maud. Back to you.
Yeah, my question was just where you're going to put it.
Where it will be sitting. Okay, so we haven't decided that, Maud. So I hope you will have sufficient trust in the co-chairs to come back to you on that matter as we are looking into the agenda of ExCom 19. Sherry, is it a new flag on your side? Yes, please. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to respond to Maud's point. I'm fine. I think her question was not where the discussion with the agenda, where the discussion with the adaptation fund will fit into ExCom 19's, no, this is 19. No, next month's 19. Okay, it was both. ExCom 19's agenda, but also just where this decision item sits. I'm fine leaving it under item 7, given that that is arguably where this discussion took place. And so that would be reflective of the discussion under this agenda item for ExCom 18. And then in terms of responses to the appropriate agenda item, I think it would be not under an agenda item called collaboration with the operating entities, but something titled differently, as Frode noted. And I also perhaps wanted to just react to perhaps a implicit statement you made in your question around whether there would be collaboration with the operating entities on the ExCom 19 agenda. I don't think we should make the assumption that it would be there, given that there is going to be a separate agenda item bringing in the adaptation fund, and nor do we have a specific decision from this meeting to have that agenda item. So I think we have some flexibility as we move to ExCom 19, who we would like to join us and under what agenda items.
Thank you for those comments and well noted, and I think it resonates well with I think the thinking that has gone into this actually as we were reaching the decision here on item 7. Now I'm just pausing or looking around in the absence of further comments related to the compilation of decisions, absence of comments related to the decision to make the PCCB submission that you'll all receive in the final version. And your intervention that as far as the informal documents related to the 10-year commemoration are concerned, this is an ongoing work still that the champions will work on, not to be brought up here and now. I am turning now to the internal document that relates to the guidance, technical guides, and just to take stock of where we are on that one. Before proceeding on that, I have Stella asking for the floor. Stella, please.
Thank you very much for the. I was actually trying to find the last version of the decision points. I think there is an issue on the website. Indeed, it seems that the version that I could access from the website is not the complete version. But in the meantime, colleagues have kindly shared the one that you have in the room. So it was just to say that I wasn't able to follow on the latest version, but now I have the one that you have in the room as well. But just flagging that perhaps the website is not fully up to date, or perhaps it takes a bit of time until the latest document is available to all that are online as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Stella, and apologies if there have been some issues with you getting access to the document. Again, so with that, may I ask Sarah if you would be in a position to just let us know the status of the internal document that relates to the technical guides. Could you maybe share with us what the status is?
Yeah, we had a useful discussion yesterday evening, and perhaps I will just turn it to the Secretariat to note any additional changes that may have been made since we had the document on the screen yesterday evening.
So I don't think we. I think there is a version. I've just consulted the secretary. So there is this version that we left, where we left it last night. I think, Shara. A couple of few track changes still there that may be not fully resolved. So rather than now go into a working mode on it now, I'm just wondering how you see the process on the document. I saw Maud's coming up. Would you like to come back first, Shara?
Yeah, perhaps just a quick reaction. I mean, I think the document is very close to finalization. I just don't think the final version has been shared. You're right, I think there are some minor revisions. I would strongly urge us not to move this into an intersessional working group, given the number of other working groups we have and the workload we already are taking on. So, I don't think we need to finalize it here. We can send the final draft out and give people a few days to reflect and come back with comments if need be. Although I think we've all had an opportunity to read it and go through the track change edits yesterday. So there may be a single sentence that still has wording concerns. But I just on the way forward, I think it can be a light process to finalize this. And not much more is needed.
So sorry, just to understand you before giving the floor to Maud and Angela. You are referring to a light process in finalizing it. Did I understand you correctly that you think it could be circulated and with a view to having it, I don't know if you're referring to sort of a silent procedure that will eventually clear it over the next couple of days, or what exactly you have in mind in terms of how to bring that to a final resolve.
Yeah, I mean, I think a silent procedure could make sense in this case. I don't have strong views. Like I said, I think there may just be a single sentence where people expressed some concerns yesterday evening that there's new language proposed to respond to those concerns. And so unless others come up with additional comments when they review it, I think it would be very quick, hopefully. But I recognize that there may not be appetite to do it here and now, in which case a silent procedure, I think, makes most sense.
Thank you very much for that. And I tend to belong to those that think maybe not here now the appetite to spend, maybe we could end up spending too much time disproportionately to the remaining outstanding issue on this text that I know we have already spent quite some time on, and not I think suitable for this plenary session, along with our dear observers also present here. So I tend to agree with you that maybe the way forward that you suggest is a good one. Over to Maud and then Angela.
Yeah, thank you, further. And apology, I'm going back to a decision point, and it's the one under the 10-year anniversary. And it's with regard to the bullet we added this morning. We didn't have a chance to fully sink in. So it's about the part where it says ExCom requested a group of champions to identify and invite high-level speakers. So we're kind of wondering whether, we don't think it's the champion who are going to do the invitation to the high-level speaker. So maybe it would be better to say, ExCom requested a group of champions to identify and recommend high-level speaker for the ExCom to invite to the event, or for the secretariat to invite to the event. I'm not 100% sure whether it's better that it's the ExCom or the secretariat to make the invitation.
Thank you for actually spotting that, Maud. I am whispered in my ears that it's kind of a standard way of formulating it, but that such invitations would normally be sent in the names of the co-chairs. So champions here would follow this decision, and then eventually. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I think it would be great to have it, the wording updated so it's clear for everybody and there's no confusion on the expectation for everybody.
I hesitate to open this one, Maud. I would rather maybe suggest and think that with the understanding that I'm expressing here, building on also the Secretariat's advice here, this is standard language and invitations will go out by co-chairs. I think with that understanding, I think we should maybe be able to manage from the decision as this stands. Maud.
I think it's very small change, and there shouldn't be any opposition if it's the standard way of operating. I don't see why there would be an issue just making that little correction in the text.
Could you share with us that minor correction?
Yeah, so it would just be that the ExCom requested the group of champions to identify and recommend high-level speakers for the, and then I'm seeking advice on the secretary if it's better to say for the ExCom, to identify and recommend high-level speaker for the ExCom or secretariat to invite to the event. So I don't know, Miwa, if you can tell us if it's better to say that the ExCom invited or that this ExCom. Okay, so then it would be ExCom requested a group of champions to identify and recommend high-level speaker for the ExCom to invite to the event to be organized. It's very minor change. but it clarifies the process.
I have no problem with your suggested change or amendment. So if that's general agreement in the room, I see nodding. Let's then get that updated and included as you suggest, Maud. I guess I have to gavel at this point since we are now changing a decision point that we already changed. So we have a new version. And I don't know if we should have it read out just one more time. If you are ready to do so, Maud, then I will be ready to gavel it as you read it out.
Sure, I'm happy to read it out. I don't know if some people are more visual and want to see it as well, but it would read, ExCom requested the group of champions to identify and recommend high-level speaker for the ExCom to invite to the event to be organized at COP28 to commemorate the 10-year anniversary of the Warsaw International for Loss and Damage Mechanism for Loss and Damage, with a view to increasing visibility and promoting participation.
Thank you very much, Maud. And in the way you just have read it out, it is so decided. We will now proceed, and I have, so we are about also to address the way forward on the remaining informal document, as Shira was suggesting, a way forward on that. And Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to react on the comments made by Sierra in terms of the guidance document. I think we did a great job as champions group, as well as with other colleagues discussing this document. And I think it's not going to be a big deal to finalize the document if it is not a published document that is going to be published, but just to say that perhaps just to have a deadline, if we not in the decision process, in the decision final points, but for us to establish a deadline at least 1 week after this meeting to receive additional inputs if there are inputs. But I think that most of us already have the opportunity to look at it, and we don't want to spend too much time on that. And as was mentioned by Sierra, I think we should try to avoid intersessional work on this and just to share the document for final views, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think that's also the general sentiment in the room now, that we should get that cleared. It's not a decision document as such, but nevertheless, it's a document that we would like to get cleared. So we had a common understanding and a platform for further advancing this work and being able to share it also with experts, I believe. I hear you saying a week, Angela. If I heard correctly, maybe Cheryl, you said 2 days. Is that correct? Are we talking about? So you're agnostic, both of you, on how much time, since it's a minor thing. We shouldn't, Angela.
Yeah, perhaps just to say a week, because we spent 2 days travel going back to Colombia or our countries in Latin America, so we will never have the opportunity to look at it in the airplane. And we have some colleagues who are feeling bad and are sick, so perhaps to allow them to have time to digest, because some of them didn't attend the discussion, and I think it's not fair for them to, to look at it with sufficient time. Thank you.
Absolutely understood. It's not easier at an airport or somewhere else to access maybe your documents and review them. So let's say a week. Let's give it a week. And may I assume maybe Cher, will you be able to circulate the version? No. Sorry. Who will?
Apologies, I don't have the latest version. I believe Anna has the latest version on her computer, so it will have to come from the Secretariat.
Okay, the Secretariat will circulate that version and set the time for a 7-day timeline to invite any comments there may be on this one, and through that process we will clear this document for wider use. Right. At this point in time, I'm going to ask, dear members, if we have forgotten anything on the side of co-chairs, any other outstanding documents pending somewhere in the process that we've been addressing during the course of these days that we should also take stock of now before we move on to agenda item 17. Angela, please.
Apologies for going back, because I just want to have some clarity in terms of the documents that we prepare as champions on modalities of work. Are we expecting to have, intersessional work on this, or the idea is to continue working in the next ExCom meeting? I don't know if Kaisa or Stella, who were there, I think so, they have another views, but just to seek some clarity in terms of how's the process in terms of this document. So do we expect comments intersessionally or just for the next ExCom meeting? Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. And if I recall correctly, and if Kaisa is with you, can correct me or if I'm wrong, I think you suggested, Kaisa, that that document also be circulated. It's already circulated, or maybe just on top of that, an email to the effect that we agreed to have a 2-week time frame for any contribution input to that paper. I think that was what we agreed on the AOB. And Kaisa, you're welcome to come in, correct or otherwise, on that process. But I think that's what you suggested.
Indeed, and actually I took the liberty to already send out a more clear email as a follow-up to the previous email, indicating a 2-week deadline for comments from colleagues. Sierra already sent in some comments in writing, but others are welcome to do so as well. And then the suggestion was that we compile those comments, make an updated version of the document, and then that is the version of the document that we have for now. As we said previously, it's not a formal document to be adopted, so then it's just that is our shared understanding for the point being. And then at our next ExCom meeting during the informal part, we can go back to this document if there's further discussion needed. So Angela, I think for us as champions, the only thing that we need to do is in 2 weeks to compile the comments that have come in to a new document. And then there should not be more intersessional work on that. I know we're all busy in different groups, so I don't envision this being a big task for us. However, we do have another task outstanding from the previous ExCom, which is to create a template for plans of actions. That is something we could consider if we want to do intersessionally in this group, or if we want to do that during the next ExCom meeting when there's time for champions. Thank you.
Angela, please.
Thank you so much, Kaisa, for the clarification. And co-chair, now it's clear to me on the template. I don't know, would it be possible that the Secretariat help us to prepare a draft and then consider this draft in the next ExCom meeting, not intersessionally? I don't think that we need, we already have a plan of action. We adopted the POAs. We have the 5-year rolling work plan. So I think there is no the need to rush. So perhaps if the Secretariat can help us to prepare a template, and I think we already have a draft, and then discuss that in the next ExCom meeting. That's my suggestion for this discussion on this pending thing. Thank you.
Just to come in and say that I think that's a good idea, Angela. And we did already at the last ExCom decide that we wanted the TFD plan of action to be the one we consider as kind of the basis for the template. So it shouldn't be a big task to make that into a template that we can then work on during the next ExCom meeting. And great if the Secretariat can support in that.
Thank you very much for that. And if we are assuming here that we are not actually doing intercessional work on this, then maybe we will allow ourselves to get back to that. And as I think already indicated, this is something we could take up at the next informal meeting and maybe progress swiftly from there on that. If that's something which is agreeable to colleagues, I would propose that way forward. Okay. I think that's where we will take it up again next time, and hopefully then we can quickly move on that as we consider again our working methods, which I think is useful to do actually regularly, and maybe as a standard item under our informal members-only session. I think it's actually very useful to do. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to my fellow co-chair, because we are now proceeding with our last agenda item, item 17. So with that, Jerome, over to you.
Sure you want to hear me now, colleagues? Agenda item 17, closure of the meeting. Distinguished members, we have now reached the end of our 18th meeting. Thank you for the active participation and constructive input provided by all the ExCom members and observers, including those who joined us virtually, that allowed this meeting to be a success. We thank the observers in the room with us and online that have given an outstanding contribution to a successful ExCom 18 through the very rich discussion we ever had over the course of the last 4 days. We thank, of course, the government of the Republic of the Philippines for their kind hospitality, which was greatly appreciated by all our members. We see Albert here from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Perhaps Dr. Lenny Uy kindly extend our warmest thank you to the department for the hosting of ExCom 18. I invite my co-chair to share a few words.
And then those few words are really also just to echo what you just said. Once again, thank you very much to the government of the Philippines for hosting us under these very nice surroundings here and in your lovely country and your city of Manila. It's been great being with you here. And thanks also, once again, from my side to all observers present here and joining us online. And also a very warm thanks to all the ExCom members present here and in the room. Thank you for very constructive and productive days during this ExCom 18. And let me also thank the Secretariat for working tirelessly in the room, behind the scene. A lot of invisible work that allows us to progress swiftly and productively as a committee. Let me thank also the technicians, the team that has also helped facilitate this meeting, and all other staff that has helped us a smooth running of the meeting. And finally, and not least, very warm thanks to you, Jerome, as the co-chair. I enjoy working with you in our little co-chair team. So thanks a lot for that. And with that, I think before handing it back to you, Jerome, maybe a word from the side of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Frode. And let me also thank Frode and Jerome for your kind words to the Secretariat. It's always been a pleasure supporting you and working with you, and the members for your dedication to long hours and to the cause of loss and damage. And I also, taking this opportunity, would like to recognize my team, Anna here, and Anchor Yuki, who's not in this room, but in behind the scene. Oh, there she is at the end. They really have been the instrumental and drive to supporting your meeting here. And at the same time, let me echo our Secretariat's sincere thanks to the host country group, host country team, Albert here, Miss Gigi, Miss Liz, and then countless others who helped us with this successful meeting here. And of course, Jerome, through you, the help that you had provided from the Climate Change Commission. So we're very grateful for that. And technician team in the back for the long hours. Thank you very much for supporting us. Thanks, back to you.
Thank you, Frode, co-chair. Thank you, Miwa. Now we have Angela.
Thank you, co-chairs, and apologies for taking the floor in this closing session, but just to reiterate our gratitude on behalf of non-annex countries. We are really happy that we had this meeting in a non-developing country, in a non-annex country, developing country. And just to reiterate our appreciation to the Secretariat and both co-chairs for dealing with this meeting. And if I may, and I hope that other ExCom colleagues don't hate me because of this proposal, but we already closed the decision points, but would it be possible to add a last decision point expressing our appreciation to the Philippines government for hosting this meeting? It's just, put it on the hands of the co-chairs as well as the Secretariat to add this small decision point, just thinking, because we need to recognize the efforts that the government of Philippines do in terms of hosting this meeting. Thank you so much.
Maud?
Yeah, thank you very much. And just want to add my voice to say a very big thanks to the government of Philippines for this flawless organization. Also, big thanks to the Secretariat for coping with us in our long working hours. Thank you so much for the co-chairs for facilitating this meeting, and also to all the other ExCom members for their work, and to the observers. It's not the same. It wouldn't be the same if we didn't have observers contributing in the room. So just big welcome, big thank you to everybody who contributed. And I fully support the point by Angela. I think it's a good idea.
As a recommended decision point, we are considering that suggestion from Angela to add, as part of the decision, the deep thanks for the government of the Philippines. The ExCom expressed its appreciation for hosting to the government of the Philippines for hosting ExCom 18 meeting. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Before I state the penultimate or the ultimate statement, allow me to echo the words of the Minister of the Environment. She wished us all the best, and may ExCom be the platform for leadership so that loss and damage can really be addressed in a manner that is efficient and timely, and our targets are measurable. Good tidings, ExCom 18 and beyond. Colleagues, the 18th meeting of the Executive Committee is now closed. Hmm.